Hello, hello. So, I had a rough stream last time with some tech issues. My internet kept going down. I live in the mountains in the Hudson Valley in upstate New York, and it's a beautiful area. But unfortunately, part of the cost of living in a beautiful area is that you don't have 100% reliable technology. So it's rare that I get a good phone signal, and my internet goes out with the weather and so forth. We're having a little rain today, so if it goes out again, I apologize. But oh, that's okay, no problem. Dreamer the Dream Walker, love that. Awesome. What are you eating? You have to share with us. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of the dreams. So the stream yesterday was okay, but I wanted to continue where I left off. I kind of polished up some of the information that I talked about yesterday. And you'll notice I removed the stream, and I'm going to put it, I'll replace it with tonight's. So expect that. Now that said, there's a couple things I wanted to talk about today that to kind of bounce off of where I started yesterday and to tie it all together. And so this will really serve as one complete statement of this information in both what is the divine order as far as the order of the cards and the divine vortex, which is really a side effect of that, right? Today's beautiful soul is a really important one. We weren't able to get to it yesterday because the stream cut off on me and the internet didn't come back in time to start it back up. Abusers, enemies, and sleepers. This is a really important talk that is a direct effect of some things that I've been seeing, both in some private work as well as here on the stream. And just generally speaking, what I've been seeing in global readings and other stuff that I think is a good time to address. And so stick around for that if you can. Typically, I end the stream with the beautiful soul. And so if you make it through the readings and you want, something that's uplifting and related to the tarot and our existence, our navigation through this story, then you should stick around for that. This week's Spotlight deck, which is actually going to be changing in a couple of days when we enter the new period on the 22nd, but is the Tarot Ceremonial Magick by Milo DuQuette and Constance DuQuette. It's a beautiful deck with a lot of really good information that I referenced during the streams and is tied directly to what we're going to be doing today. And so I thought it'd be nice to use this for today's readings and things like that. And of course, anybody who participates in the stream is privy to a personal message. And we'll also be going through the daily messages. These are already up on the channel, but if time allows, I like to kind of go through them long form. It doesn't really happen very often, but when I'm able, I like to go through these. There's some good messages, especially the ones that are related to all of us. The period of time that we're in right now is one of very deep transition. Whenever you're in a period of transition, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of dynamic energy during these periods. I mean, imagine water in its calm state in like a lake, but now imagine it interacting with land and you get big crashing waves and you get all this stuff that happens. And so that's kind of the period of time that we're in right now. We're going to talk about that a little bit as well. And then random acts of wisdom. Anybody who pops in if you'd like. Well, I'm using right now Deviant Moon, so just grab a random card. This one is for Saji. Here you go, Saji. This one's for you. The Five of Cups. The Five of Cups is the three cups in front of you that you look at, and you're ignoring the two cups that you have. It's kind of like focusing on the past and missing the future, right? And there's this voice in your head that's behind you saying, listen to me, look at these cups. And that voice is that other focus, right? And so that's your random act of wisdom. Okay, and so let's see. Dreamer, this one's for you. Let's grab a random card. Strength. Strength, great card. Strength is the idea of when you're about to enter a situation that you're afraid of, but you have to get it done, like you don't have a choice, you access that part of you that generates courage, right? And courage is the idea of acting while you're afraid. You know, you're still scared, but you do it anyway, and you do what it is that you need to do. And while you're in the midst of doing that work, you're so focused on the work that you stop being afraid. And you're doing well, and it's working out. And so the fear disappears. And when the fear disappears, so does the courage, because the courage, it really just is a necessity of the fear. So when the fear is gone, the courage is gone. But the energy that courage built up, it remains. And it gives you the opportunity to turn that into something else. And if you turn it into what it's meant to be, that's power. And that's strength. And that's the meaning of strength. Lauren, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. That is your random act of wisdom. That was for Dreamer. We are not the dreamer. We are the dream. And so the random acts of wisdom are just a fun way to kind of keep the energy light. You know, there's all the different phases that we go through. We go through our wand phase, which can be pretty deep, right? Then we go through our cup phase, which can be just as deep, but in a different way. That's our heart we're talking about. And that's in a state of reception, but at the same time, you know, sometimes we just keep it open to anything. And what it gets filled with isn't really what is the best, right? So we got to be careful about that. And then we have our sword, that's the mind, but also communication, it's the voice. What is it that you're speaking? What is the source of what you speak? It's your cup. And so be careful what you fill that cup with, because that's what you're going to communicate to the world, right? It's the idea of unifying your heart and throat chakra, that energy. And then, of course, the goal of the work, right? The creation of the pentacle and manifesting what we want into reality. And so anytime that wisdom pops into your existence, it's a good idea to pay attention to it. And, you know, the beauty is that you can choose any moment to do that. The random moments are fun because it's just like, oh, the universe wants you to know this. But if you actually kind of build it into your lifestyle, you can just look at your environment and gain some wisdom. And so, you know, I think that's a really good place to start with the tarot talk tonight. And let's just take a quick look at the chat before we begin. Okay, well, let's talk to Saji's question real fast. Can you please have me? Okay, is shaman unattainable only for me? Because, all right, no, and let me grab my notes. I have notes on this person ready to go because I know she's going to come in and ask me about him. Love you. It's okay. Here we go. He's unattainable because he's not real. He's unattainable to everybody. Basically, anything that they think they're getting from him, they won't, because that's not what he is. Like, he's sort of transient. There's nothing substantial. He sort of like is what he thinks they want, right? And so there's a lack, and it's a very sort of like almost a menacing energy, because the idea is to just continually feed off of people's attention when there's no desire to fulfill it, right? We have Scorpio and Venus, right? Indifferent, inconsistent, selfish. Many faces, but none of them are real. All of these relate to him. And so to answer your question, the idea here is he's like that with everyone. It's not just you. That's probably one of the reasons, too, that I've been so adamant that you need to kind of let this go, because, you know, he's just taking up a good percentage of your soul, and that's just does not need to happen, right? What does dream walking mean, and how do I do it? That's an interesting subject. It's kind of out of the scope of tarot, but I can speak to that. And there's some very interesting techniques for doing that. Dream walking basically refers to the idea of the levels of consciousness, right? So we have the level of consciousness we're in right now, which is awake. And there's these 4 levels of brainwave states. Just like the elements, there's 4 levels of brainwave state, right? And the wake state is one of those. I'm not going to tell you which one it is. And now that said, though, we have these other states. There's a state of like semi in between. There's one of sleep, and then there's this deeper state, and there's these different things that occur during those, as far as our mental perception, our awareness of our awareness. typically that's only reserved for the state of waking life, right? The aware that you're aware state. Of course we're aware, but are we aware that we're aware? We are when we're awake. That's called waking life. Okay? Now, we also have this state of sleep. And the state of sleep is a state where you are aware, but not aware that you're aware. So you're just observing. Which actually, there's some beauty in that, because that's actually how we exist in our wake state. And we're going to talk about that a little bit tonight. We're going to touch on that. But so now, what dream walking is the idea of obtaining the aware that you're aware state while asleep. Bridging that gap so that you maintain that while at the same time maintain the disconnection of the body. Because what occurs when you switch between the wake state and the sleep state is that your body shuts off, right? That's why while you're dreaming that you're walking down the street, your legs aren't moving while you're lying in bed, right? Well, and if you've seen dogs that kick while they're sleeping, there's something defective in the brain that prevents that disconnection, and so they're playing out their dream. And the reason we don't do that is there's a disconnection between our body and our mind, our thoughts, during the sleep state that prevents us from doing that, right? And while you're slipping into that, you could even fall into sleep paralysis, where you get stuck in between, where you're not awake, you're not asleep, but your body has passed the point of disconnection. And so you don't have conscious control of your body any longer, because your brain and body think it's asleep, but your eye is observing the wake state. So the idea, though, of dream walking is being aware that you're aware while you're sleeping. And there are techniques for going about doing that we can talk about, I guess, at some point. Some of them are actually very practical and quick and easy, and can have some good results. Some of them take a little deeper work. But the idea is not just it's not just lucid dreaming, okay? Because the difference between how you feel normally while you're dreaming and how we are right now awake is as different as this state is. It doesn't feel like awake. It doesn't feel like dreaming. It's a different sensation consciously. And so it's hard to describe to somebody who hasn't experienced it fully, because the reality is that it's that different. And it's similar almost to the difference between the wake state and a psychedelic state, where you've taken like acid or mushrooms or some other type of experience in order to elevate your conscious experience. It's that different, only down, right? So we have that psychedelic state, we have the wake state, we have the sleep state, and then there's this other place where it's a bridge between those two, where you are able to enjoy the benefit of the disconnection from the body while enjoying the benefit at the same time of the lens being aware that it's aware. And so that's dream walking. Okay. Hales, what's up? Artie, how you doing? Okay, text me the new number, Saji, thanks. Lauren, I appreciate you popping in again. Artie, Hales. And Hales, we kind of got toward the end of your reading. I made the video private because I want to replace it with tonight's. I really polished up the information that I wanted to cover, and it's going to be much shorter, more concise, and to the point, and a better presentation, I think. So I just hid the video entirely. So I'll give you a link to that so you can go back to your reading, because it did cut off toward the end, but the reading was basically complete. But you can text me at this number or email me, and we'll connect, and I'll make sure that we go over the cards that were related, and we can go from there, okay? And continue with that. So very quickly, let's see, did I do Lauren? Lauren, did I do your random active wisdom? I don't think so. Let's try. Let's find out. The Three of Wands. Waiting. But it's not like the waiting of the Two of Wands, like the person that's sitting there with his, the planets, like that one. That's a different kind of waiting. That's somebody who's not acting because they're waiting for somebody else to kind of fulfill that dream. However, with the three, it's a little different. Action has been taken, and there's a position here of wanting to make it manifest, and there's a drive that's real, and you want to enroll others in that. So it's the difference between waiting and wanting to enroll others, wanting to share that journey, which is a beautiful energy. Absolutely, yeah. And I tell you what, I'm going to put the list up now. Although I'm not going to start readings yet for a little bit here, but I'll put the list up now so that everybody is kind of ready to go when the time comes. And so starting at the top, I'm just going to call you Dream instead of Dreamers, because we're not the Dreamers, we're the Dream. Okay. Lauren. Artie. Hales. Okay. Great. One spot open. Okay. All right, so because we'll be starting the reading soon, but I just want to make sure everybody's name is on there, so when I do begin the readings, that we'll go in that order. And I'm not sure if you remember, the way I do this is if I call on you and you're not present at the moment, I just put your name at the back of the list. You're not off the list, okay? I'll put it in the back, and if you happen to be there when I call next, then we can move forward from there. Some other changes, incidentally, as far as the readings are concerned. Basically, if it's a free reading, I pick the subject and the spread. And the purpose of that is to maintain the integrity of this art. The ultimate goal here is to facilitate the conversation with your soul, with your higher self, and so that you can walk this journey. And so it really comes down to the message that you need at that moment in order to make that happen. And sometimes it's what you want, and sometimes it's not the message that you're thinking, but it's always what you need. But now with a donation, however, I'll answer any question that you want for as little as $1, $5 for 3 cards. And as you can see, my 1 card readings are pretty intense, and the 3 card readings are not a joke. And a full spread is, you're going to learn some stuff. Now, the gift a reading and pay half, that was actually feedback from several psychics I've worked with in the past, and some clients that said, hey, this is a good idea. What do you think? And I love this. This is a way, because of, again, to maintain the integrity of what we're doing here. If you purchase a reading and you give it to somebody else, it's half price. So a $10 spread for $5 is not a bad deal, in order to ensure that somebody else gets the message they need, or is hearing something that is going to help them along their path. And so it's a promotion that I've started. Nobody's taken advantage yet, but we'll see. It comes down to opportunity and need at the time, right? I offer the free messages because I understand not everybody can, or is willing, or wants to, or is able to pay, and that's fine. That's not what it's about. But when it comes to readings as well, it really comes down to, and it's all I ask, that you bring your cup empty, ready to receive the message, and don't have the expectation of the sword, the mind. This is this thing I want. Just come with an empty cup, and I promise I will come with nothing but the wand, and it'll just be no mind, just ready to receive this message and disseminate. That's it. Okay? And so that's where we're going to be. Well, let's take another look at the chat here before we begin. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I'm not sure who the superhero is, but that's cool. Dreamwalker? Dreamer the Dreamwalker. Okay. Well, I'm curious, from respect to the superhero, what their opinion of dreamwalking is compared to mine. Oh, sure, Hales. Well, either way, again, if the list doesn't build up, typically people who, this is just reality, people who pop in on live tarot channels want a reading right now. And if they can't get on the list, they'll jump to another channel, and that's fine. There's a lot of good readers out there. I want to support everyone I can in the community, and so if I'm not the one that the universe wants them to hear, then they won't. That's not how that's going to work, right? So typically people will jump in and out, and so that list, the way it is right now, is going to change, right? I mean, it's just the reality. We'll see, but and so don't sweat it. If we get to it and you want a reading, then great. If not, then I appreciate you listening. And so on that note, I think I want to begin tonight with the tarot talk, what is the divine order? And I have this deck here kind of set up for this purpose. The idea that we're talking about here is what is the divine order? And I have this little list here of all the majors across the top, and then this is a table of the Hebrew alphabet. It's pretty basic. But what are we talking about when we talk about order? Order is the idea of there being a degree of magnitude, levels that can be perceived as increasing or decreasing, right? And that there is a pattern to that increase and decrease. In this case, increasing would be the numbers going up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so forth. Decreasing, down, so on. And because these numbers don't change their position, we're able to have something very magical called mathematics, which gives us this beautiful superpower of interrogating our universe and getting back real information. How many? What color? What's the value of this work compared to that work? And let's exchange items that we think equal that value. All of that is based on the fact that these numbers don't change their position. They're fixed. They're more appropriately like the matrix on which the universe manifests. And we access it with archetypes that we call numbers, right? This idea of 1, 2, 3. Now, multiple languages, including Hebrew, Greek, and some others, didn't have separate digits for their numbers and letters. They were the same. So Aleph, the first letter of the alphabet, was a 1, and so on. And so if I was going to write the number 1, I would actually just write the symbol for Aleph, and it would be understood in the context of the sentence that that's a number. And there's other ways that was determined, but that's the basic gist here. And now again, just to be clear, the order is not only important, but it is tantamount to us being able to interrogate our universe. Even at the core level of the way our brain thinks, it utilizes order in order that we're able to process thought and to perceive thought on even a biomechanical level. Without order, there is no manifest reality. And now, there's something holy in certain orders, right? Now, we can look at the numbers of the 22 letters and the numbers of the 22 chord card, or the major arcana. And those 22 can line up, and we can say, all right, well, let's just take the majors and line them up in a big line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? The Fool, is it first or last? We'll talk about that. And so we can put them in a line of numbers, and we get this beautiful picture that we're all familiar with. The Fool, the Magician, the Priestess, the Emperor, so on. The journey of the Fool through the majors. But now there's other orders, and if you look at the information, you dig a little further as to the foundations of this knowledge, and you realize that the order that they used, it's a little bit different, and I wonder if it's arbitrary, and obviously not, or I wouldn't be speaking about it. But they have a different grouping for the majors. There's the 3, and then there's the 7, and then there's the 12, and what's that all about? Well, I've talked about it before, but basically what we're referring to here are the 3 major elements, which are the elements of fire, water, and air. The 7 planets, the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And then the 12 signs, which are the zodiac, the houses. Right? If you look at the astrology houses as an example, like the 12 houses, the wheel of the year, so to speak. And so at the end of the day, what this actually is the cascading picture of the 3 elements giving birth to the 7 planets. And now when the 7 planets were born, out of reaction to that, space was born to give it a place to live. The intention for it to exist preempted the space it existed in, and space was a product of it. These 2 occurred at the same time, literally. There was no time between those things occurring. It's almost like when you put your fist in the sand, the hole occurs at the same time your fist does, at the same ratio, right? I mean, it's just that idea. And so this is a very holy order, and it's not arbitrary. And what this kind of refers to is cascading down into these archetypes. See, the major arcana is not physically manifest. It doesn't refer to the world we live in. It refers to the upper world, the higher self, and its journey. The lower self is represented. That's the world that we live in, this body we call us, I. Isn't that silly? We get in our cars and call ourselves Fords, Jeeps? No. Why do we get into these and call ourselves human? Anyway, what these are the archetypal ideas that are a product of this story, this interaction. And they also have an order, starting with the wand, the cup, the sword, and then the pentacle. And this order is very important, and we're going to discover why here in a moment. And these come into existence. They come into physical reality. They manifest in our realm, this lower world of gravity, magnetism, the strong and weak nuclear, right? I mean, what are we looking at here? We have gravity in the pentacle, right? Mass. We have electromagnetism in the wand, fire, heat, magnetics, electricity, photons, light. Then we have the strong and weak nuclear forces in the cup and the sword. There's sort of, one's the denser version of the other. Don't forget, water and air are the same thing, just different densities. And so the higher density collapses to the bottom and the lower up, and so you see the separation of wet and dry, but they're the same substance. It's the strong and weak nuclear force. We also have solid, liquid, gas, plasma. You know, it's the 4 states of matter. It's the 4 directions. It's the 4 seasons. It's the 4 so on. It's powerful stuff. So the interplay of these 4 elements give birth to our existence in the lower world. But this is the bridge in between. And how does this become manifest? Well, it comes manifest in a very interesting way. It becomes manifest through the pages, also called the princess. And I'm going to refer to it from now on as the princess, but it's referred to as the page in the Rider-Waite system. She gives birth to the elements. The elements live in her. And how does she do that? She does that through a very interesting relationship and a play of her interaction. And basically she's courted. She's courted by the prince. And in that courtship, he wins her. And their union creates the next prince. Now, at the same token, the prince, if you'll notice, is the same element. We have the same element here. And then, however, the king is a different element, and then we have the queen is a different element. The king in the Thoth system is called the knight, because the knight is always in a position of becoming king. And so from now on, you'll hear me refer to the king as knight and the page as the princess. Okay? The knight is the prince that is attempting to win the page, the princess, to become the queen, right? And so we have this relationship whereby each one of these different energies manifests itself in this divine order. And that order is a very specific order based on the suits, okay? And we'll see something very interesting here in a moment if you look at just in its own layout here on the cards, how that manifests. And then, you know, certainly then we have to ask the question of, okay, well, he's got all the majors out, he's got all the aces out, he's got the pages, he's got all these other court cards. What about all the small cards? There's 36 left, right? All the 2 through 10 of all the suits. And there they are. And now you'll notice, although it's hard to see on this screen, and that's okay, you don't need to see this. This is just to illustrate the beauty of the cascade of this holographic image of what we're looking at, what the tarot truly is. The order is not what you kind of intuitively think. You take all the wands, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of the wands, then you go to the cups, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of all the cups, and so on, but we don't see that, do we? We see 2, 3, 4 of wand, but then we get into a totally different suit. Why are we in Pentacle? Why are we in Sword? Like, what is this all about? Is this the divine order? It seems like a whole lot better than that. I think I just want to line everything up as the suits and be done with all this confusing nonsense. Like, what are you talking about? The tarot works for me. I don't need this. Because what happens is, when you understand the order, you unlock the math. Basically, it gives you the ability to say, okay, well, now I can truly understand this. Try doing math by jumbling up the numbers and calculating how long it's going to take you to get somewhere, or how much gas you need to get, or how much money you have compared to the stuff in your grocery cart, right? It won't work at all. Imagine if you did that with letters and tried to speak to somebody. So the order matters. And the order as it is laid out is simply convenience. What we need to do is look at what we're looking at here, and how those two things are in fact the same. The order of the 1 through 10 that we're used to, and the order of the lower courts, the suits that we see playing out here, are connected in a very special way. And, you know, the way that this all plays out is based on us. Because very similar to the way that I talked about with the alphabet and with numbers and so on, and why they must be in this order, and we all agree upon this and we use it because it works, and it's divinely inspired. This idea is that this doesn't change. It's unchanging, right? And so is this. This order is unchanging. We can't affect it. It's the matrix that reality manifests on. What we can do is navigate it, and during that navigation affect change. So what we do is our motion through this story, our interaction with each of these individuals, creates change. And so what we do using the tarot as a divinatory tool, as an example, or as a meditative tool if we do it with ourselves, gives us this access, this insight, this perspective on how this unchanging divine order and our will, which is changing and dynamic and profane, interacts with this. And those eddies, ebbs and flows, the vortex of our creation, is the side effect. And we have a word for that, and that is possibility. And, you know, there's a lot of ways that you can symbolize that in the tarot, and so we could have an argument for months on which card is the best card to represent possibility. And so I won't go there. But suffice it to say, the only real way to navigate an environment is to have a full understanding of its twists and turns, its corners, its, you know, it's more than just a GPS. It's the truth in the idea that we exist at the end of time. We have always existed since the beginning, before time. And we're at the end of time waiting for ourselves to catch up. And the reality here is we already know the end of the story. But we have this beautiful magic that gives us the ability to change the middle. The beginning and the end are written. And we know the end because we lived it. But we get to change the middle. And that's the beauty of our existence compared to our higher self. Now, if we have the capacity through our desire and through our work to connect to that and to communicate with that higher self, some very powerful things can happen. And now this, as an example, is something that I think is most effective when it's actually utilized. And so I highly recommend you go through the process of laying these cards out in order and going through the actual work of seeing these connections. By seeing these connections, it gives you a whole different understanding of not only the tarot, but our place in this universe. The complexity and the density of the answer when we interrogate our universe is directly related to our vocabulary. And when we just use the basic language of words, then that's all we get back. But if you can use the power of our connection between our mind, our body, and our spirit, then it gives us access to a whole new vocabulary. And that vocabulary is the language of the angels, the language of unmanifest reality, of our real self, our true voice. And when you look, for instance, at the zodiacals, there was some confusion about the swap between strength and justice. And when you look at the wheel of the year and you consider the idea of the order of the signs from Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, so on, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, right? Now, it only makes sense that the card that represents Leo would fall in the position and that Libra would fall in the correct position. So long story short, there were just some adjustments made to the position of some cards to kind of correct positions related to the signs. And there's some really good stuff out there for Kabbalistic and some other things related to that, and eventually I will be covering things like that. But so that said, though, now we see, like we saw with our example here, that these elements become manifest through the pages. And now here's where it gets interesting, because this is where we're looking at the wheel of the year. So instead of just looking at this, which is quite a beautiful diagram, I mean, just look at that. It really is gorgeous. But this doesn't really tell the whole story, because these are not lined up. They're actually in a wheel, in a circle. And that changes everything, right? That changes the whole understanding of the connections between these cards. And so the way that lays out is, the page appears, the princess, to offer the elements. And then there is this order that these cards come out. And that order is very specific. Okay? The order is one of these kind of maths that you have to go through to start to see some patterns that you hadn't actually considered. Like, for instance, the fact that the elements seem to be going in an interesting direction, right? And what about the numerical values here and some things that get skipped and some other stuff? There's questions that arise when you begin to actually look at this process here. And the idea of what we're actually looking at. Like, why the 2, 3, 4 of wand? Well, we're going to get into that right now. And so, you've seen this wheel before, if you've been to my stream. And what this is the wheel of the year that includes various pieces of information. The first thing that it includes is the sun signs, the planets associated with those sun signs. There's some astrological information as far as exaltation. And then on the outermost ring, we have the court cards. The court cards are basically responsible for the emergence and the interaction of the elements into physical reality. Some could say that they are unmanifest, right? That they have not come into reality yet, and that's what the small cards are. The small cards, which we should lay out, I suppose, right? So we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now what I'm going to do here is just close these up to make some room. Okay, but basically I'm going to just put the Fool on top there. All right, that represents the 3 elements. This represents the 7 planets. All right, we'll just keep the world on top since we're a planet. The world, that's not a bad mnemonic device, right? And then we have the 12 houses, the signs, the zodiac. Okay, so these are the majors, right? And now this is the thing that's important. What we're looking at here, okay, is the bottom left portion of this wheel. All right. Really important that we put these puzzle pieces together in our minds so that we can approach this information mentally, as opposed to needing charts and needing books and needing this other stuff. Like, it's once you have the puzzle pieces, it's not hard to learn anymore. It's not intimidating. It's like, oh, now I get it. What do we have here? We have 2 through 10. Let's go to the desk. We have 2 through 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? And now up here we have the ace and the page. And what she does is that she brings the element into existence, okay? And then she gives it as a gift, essentially, to the knight. That's why he's got the wand, right? Now he courts her. He wins her. He becomes king. Why? Because he married a princess. And she is queen, obviously. Okay, so this is the relationship of the descent of this higher energy into manifest existence, okay? So the bottom portion of the wheel here, we'll see this on the bottom left, Aries, Taurus, Gemini. We see the outer wheel says Princess of Disc and Ace of Disc. And then we have Queen of Cup that turns into the Princess of Wand, Ace of Wand, and so forth. Now, obviously here I'm using the wand, and there's a reason for that, which is kind of has to do with the period of time that we're in right now, and also the fact that we're there's a certain, I don't know, energy that I've always felt from the wand being the place to start. But you could technically start with the discs. So there are several cultures, the Chaldeans specifically. I think, let me see which chart it is. See on the bottom there, it says Hellenic Rising of Sirius, beginning the Chaldean order, right? Starts at Leo, which is a different period of time than starting with Aries. This is the reason that, for instance, the Sphinx is a lion facing the sun, right? Because it was during the period of Leo. So that said, this order it matters. And the question is that where does this derive? What is the logic behind this? Is this arbitrary? Like, why do we jump between suits? What is this relationship? Why does it seem like that there's a suit missing? Like I have, in the case of the wand, like I understand that the ace and the page are the same card, so fine. And then I understand that there's this relationship between the prince and the knight and the queen and all this, fine. But now, so I have a wand, I have a pentacle, and I have a cup. Well, where's the sword? There are no swords in there. How come there's no swords in there? And so, looking at these different ideas is what generates this. I'm going to actually put the page on top in this order. Okay. And let's leave the sword on top as well. So, at the end of this process here, let me jump to the one that I can annotate. Very good. Okay. We notice some interesting things. When you start looking at the wheel and you start looking at the way that the emergence of these different cards come together, you'll see some things. Like, for instance, let's look at the directions of these elements. If we look at, for instance, the princess and the aces, right? That's what's the outermost part of this wheel. One would expect, due to the divine nature of the order, that it should be wand, cup, sword, pentacle. That's the order. So let's look. If we start at the bottom here with the disc at Aries, that would be disc or pentacle. Then we have wand, cup, sword, pentacle. Okay, so it's going in a counterclockwise direction, right? Can we all agree that if we just look at the direction that the elements are following, if we go back to and remember our order here, the order is important. And so, it would follow this order of the wand, cup, sword, pentacle, right? The fire, water, air, earth. And so, when we follow that, that's occurring in a counterclockwise direction. Now let's look at the direction that we see the elements of the lower courts, the queen, the king, the knight, right? The prince, the knight, and the queen. And so again, we would expect the divine order: wand, cup, sword, pentacle. So if we started in that same place, we see the Queen of Wand, the King of Cup, the Prince of Sword, the Queen of Disc, or Pentacle, right? And so it's going in a clockwise direction. So wait a minute, just to be clear. The element of the prince, of the princesses, that bring the element to manifest reality are going against, in an opposite direction, elementally, than the Prince, Knight, and Queen, which are the element being taken and being played out, essentially, as a willful sort of thing. A divine will. It's unmanifest. So, interesting. There's this friction that's caused by this idea, and in that friction is kind of this birth of this vortex. Very much in the same way that if you were to stir your coffee really hard and then stick a spoon in and keep the spoon stiff, where the coffee spins and kind of hits the spoon is going to create this little vortex, right? And there's a lot of dynamic energy in that place. that friction causes all kinds of things to happen. It's actually it's the source of phenomena, of all physical, all perceivable phenomena. And so let's look at a couple other things now related to the same subject. Instead of these, let's look at, for instance, the Deacons. I talk about them very often, and the Deacons are essentially the 10-degree periods of time, right? So the period of time in this case of June 21st to July 1st is ruled by the Two of Cups, and that, there you go, the Two of Cups, and that is essentially ruled by not just Cancer, but it's ruled by Venus in Cancer, right? And now all of the Deacons have their own dynamics with respect to their planetary and the sign of the month that they're in. And there's 36 of them, since there's 10-degree sections, right? And now the Deacons are a very effective tool that I've talked about multiple times, and what they are essentially the personalities that the courts interact with. I've also had it described as the personalities of them manifest, right? Because these are the small cards. These are the 2 through 10s. This is actually physically manifested in our world. This is essentially the element playing out through this relationship of the courts and then being birthed into our reality. And if we look at the Deacons, the elements of the Deacons, we'll notice Wand, Cup, Sword, Pentacle, Wand, Cup, Sword. Okay, so it's going in a clockwise direction. Now let's look again at the elements of the Princess. We have Wand, Cup, Sword, Pentacle. Wait a minute. So the Princess is going opposite of the Deacons. Again, that dynamic energy of the source of the elements that manifest in our world, unmanifested, react with the courts to come into our world as real physical things, the ratios of those 4 things put together to create our reality, in this opposite direction. Now let's look at the numbering system related to the Deacons, right? Which is basically just what direction do the numbers go in on this wheel, right? What is the direction that these our numbers lie in their line? And it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so forth, going in a counterclockwise direction, right? And so if we put these together, what we see is that the element in clockwise and the order is counterclockwise, is again causing this tension that results in a vortex. And so you can see there's a lot of interesting dynamic stuff going on here that really just solidifies the difference between the archetypal world, the Princess, and the other courts, or the archetypal world and the element, the Ace, and the physical world, the small cards, the Deacons. All right, let's look at the signs, the months. What are the elements of the months? The months are ruled by the signs. Each sign has, I'm a Sagittarius, fire sign, right? There's other fire signs. You have Aries, you have Leo, you have Sagittarius. There's different versions of it. Cardinal, mutable, fixed, all this. And we'll get there at some point. But basically, if we're looking at the direction of the elements of the signs, these are the zodiac signs, not the Deacons, not the court, the zodiac signs. It's going in a clockwise direction. But now if we look at the numbering of the signs, they travel, right? This is how we read it. We read it as Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, right? Counterclockwise. And so you can see the dynamic here of this vortex that's being created by the element and the sign as well. Very profound. And when you put this all together, what you wind up having is this beautiful picture of these 3 competing vortexes that create this crazy energy back and forth. And so now, when you consider what we're looking at here, one of the questions that I immediately asked was why? Why are they in opposite directions? It seems like the original thinkers of this would have said it's easier to just line stuff up, right? Let's just go 1 to 10 of the same suit or whatever. Like the creators of the tarot went through pains to develop this monstrosity of a holographic fractal kind of cascade of existence, and this crazy pattern of the competing suits back and forth in this relationship of the courts. Like the amount of work that went into this while creating it, being the first people to have the ideas, did not have... I stand on the shoulders of giants. The people who did the work to bring us this information and to give us the seeds that allowed us to access it, are the ones that are responsible. But what we're referring to here, just to be clear, is the idea of the fall, because the whole tarot is really ultimately just the story of the pictorial representation of the Kabbalistic tree of life, but more importantly, it's the story of the fall and the rise. Right? It's the as above, so below. It's the, this grand story of our fall and then our redemption, our rise back up. And what that is really referring to, that's poetic language for the truth. And what is the truth? That the pictorial representation of the tree of life is really going up and down our existence, our creation. It's about the descent of the archetypal stuff going in its own direction in its perfect little divine order, and our opposite attempt to ascend and bump into that and muddy it up and create our existence. And so there's this beautiful dance that we see here of the princess being courted by the prince who becomes king because he wins her. She then becomes queen and gives birth to the next prince, which courts the new princess, which promotes the knight to the king. She becomes queen, gives birth to the new prince. Do you see the beautiful pattern? And now the idea of this pattern is not just to illustrate a pretty picture or the ingenuity of our forefathers, of the ancients. Rather, what it is to illustrate to your mind and your heart the idea here, and it's a big idea. We're not talking about a small little idea. But the idea here that this is not arbitrary. The cards are not arbitrary. It's not like you grab a deck and think, oh, well, some Italian gypsy from the 1420s painted these pictures and therefore now we can tell the future because of these cards. That is as far from the truth. The symbols have a reason that they are the way they are. And the order of that matters. Brianna, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. So, rather than taking a look at this as a a divinely inspired set of images. It's much, much more than that, because the information was already there. We had to just kind of see it and be able to see these connections. And in doing so, it gives us that ability to take a look at the reality of what the situation is here. Because what we're actually looking at is this concept that we do have the ability to create change in our world. Although the story is over. The beginning and the end are already written. We know the end. We've lived it. And at the same time, don't forget, this is a book that does have 22 chapters, but it has infinite pages. And so we get to rewrite the middle. And that is the interplay of our experience on this unchangeable pattern. This pattern is unchangeable. And what that leads to is this idea of the descent and the ascent counter-rotating to create a vibrationary field. And that field is the union, the harmony of your contribution, your vibration, and that contribution and vibration of the higher self. And that union creates this reality. Without that union, there is no reality. The higher self needs us. The lower self needs the higher self. And so we are participating in the creation of the universe right now, while at the same time being in a position, if we can communicate with our higher self, knowing the end. It's already written. It's beautiful. And so when we look at the tarot as a tool, when we look at the tarot as a means of divining the future, it's important that we approach it from the right perspective. And that approach is understanding that what we're really trying to do here is soul talk, to talk to our soul, to communicate with our higher self that is always speaking to us and wanting us to get back on that path that is beautiful and right and just flows, and it offers us joyful, blissful experience, as opposed to against it, and it creates all this tension. So the idea at the end of the day is that what we get out of this circumstance is up to us. As the seeker, if you are approaching a guide for a reading, approach as an empty cup. And recognize that it's a relationship. Consider yourself the lower self and the guide the higher self, because that's what's happening. And what I'm doing is coming with nothing but my wand. And the intent here is to do nothing more, like keep my sword out of it, keep my brain out of the circumstance, and just be able to use just the spirit, the soul, to hear your voice for you, and then provide you what it's trying to say. That's what we do. That's what I do. And then again, that's kind of one of the reasons I have this here. If you want to pay me, I will answer any question you want in the world. Otherwise, free readings, I pick the subject, because the goal is trying to find the truth here. Now, there's some, obviously, I get to decide. Now, Brianna's I'm going to answer directly, and don't worry about that. It's my discretion. But that said, though, the idea of what we're trying to do together should be to find the truth. And so, if we're going to do that, then there's a method of going about that. And that method is, it's nothing short of the union of the soul and the body. It's the union of as above, so below. And you have to join me on that journey. You have to take the step. You have to be willing to accept the information, regardless of what you think you wanted to learn. And that's kind of what we're all about here. So I'm going to then put the last name on the list here and then close it out. Thank you for everybody who listened. I hope I planted some seeds of pomegranates that will grow in your mind and give us the ability to maybe learn a little bit more about who we are. And I'm just gonna jump in on the chat real quick. Give me a moment. Let's see here, Dreamer. Okay, super. Yeah. Can you really go into other dimensions with dreamwalking? Just curious. Want to know the. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Don't worry about trolling. No, that's a real question, and the answer is yes, and we can talk about that. Just like I spoke about as far as consciousness, the difference between our awake state and our sleeping state, that difference is as different as it is in that other state while is past sleep, and the other state on top of wakefulness. And so there are ways to and those are actually kind of nudging, peeking in on other dimensions in a way that we can talk about. It's basically seeing something that's not a visual medium and then trying to interpret it. But anyway, and so Brianna, August 1st, 81. Yeah, pregnant. Yeah, and we're going to look into that. Thank you. Okay, so that said, I just need a couple minutes to center, right? We just had a really good talk. It was an hour of some good information, but I kind of, I want to get out of my head and into my heart, and then use those two to kind of combine and then drop it into spirit, and let's make this thing happen. So I'm going to take just a couple quick minutes, heat up my coffee, center and be ready. I have my incense out today. We're back to purple. Remember a couple days ago I changed the green for Pixie. Pamela Coleman Smith's favorite color was green. But as you can see, I'm back to purple. So we're going to light some incense. I'm going to light a candle, set the mood here, and then we'll begin readings. And we're going to start with Saji, Dream, Lauren, Artie, Hales, Brianna, in that order. So that said, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay? back. I appreciate everybody who stayed. We're going to have a really good evening tonight of readings. I'm looking forward to doing some fun new stuff. You'll notice here I have a little setup here. And this is my little... these are my tools for my work on the stream here. I have different tools for private work, different tools for personal stuff and things. But these are my tools for the stream here. And I'm going to begin the evening by lighting a candle. This is a homemade candle from a local person. It's bamboo, beautiful smell. Just lovely. And it was a big flame, geez. The fire really wants to come out tonight. A lot of wand energy. Oops. I'm gonna get a stick. Make this easier once they get lower. There we go. Stubborn. You know, I've always liked plants in the environment because they're alive, right? And there's this idea of having that life present that just sort of fills the space in a beautiful way. And I've always found that fire does the same thing. It's alive, right? And so it's separate from us, yet doing its thing, and it has a will. And that will is affected by the environment, right? It blows because of the wind in the room and these other things. I could even snuff it out. But while it's alive, it's giving off its light without regard, and just experiencing its fireness. You know, it's kind of a beautiful lesson. But there's also it's alive. And so it's a reminder that there's something in the room that's different from you that has a will and it's present, right? And obviously, we have the tools. Right? This is the wand, and this is the will. And my will is to find the truth, to connect your higher self with your lower self, and to initiate that conversation openly so that you can hear the truth. And that is the goal of the work and nothing more. Incidentally, it's a pencil. The sword. I use a dirty pocket knife as a reminder of not only air, mental, thought, communication, but the fact that it's dirty. It can't always be trusted. It's profane. And so we can use it, but don't identify with it. And when I do my readings, I like to close it as a reminder that the mind has its place, but my work in this circumstance is spirit. And then this I'm going to leave for last because I'm going to light that. That's right, I'm going out of order. The pentacle is the creation of the work. This is our goal. This is what we're attempting to create tonight. And this is just a coin that I carry with me, and I use it in my work here. And it has a symbol of victory, which is the goal of what we're trying to do tonight. And so that's my pentacle for my readings. And this is my cup, and now this is the vessel of our souls. And I actually use it to collect my ashes. Now, why do I do that? Should my cup be clean and empty? Well, yes, but what this symbolizes for me is the idea of being okay with the work of the hermit. Being okay with the work of allowing yourself to be recreated every moment. And being open to the work that is necessary to make that happen, which is the destruction of the self so that you can be recreated. die daily. And so this is a reminder of that process, whereby it is a vessel not for the self, but the reminder of being okay with allowing the ashes so that we can rebuild. And so I'm going to light some incense. We're back to purple. Let's see, is that close enough to the... Yes, okay, good. This is also alive, but this is much more transient, right? It's in a state of being consumed. And the result is smoke, not fire. Uncle Noob, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. Yes, it did. Yeah, I live in the mountains, and I mean the mountains in the Hudson Valley in upstate New York. I'm in a little town directly next door to Woodstock. To put it in perspective, that's how far up I am. And it's a beautiful view, but every once in a while that, it's an unfortunate thing that we don't have really reliable cell service where I live, and every once in a while weather will hit and the internet goes out first. It's a real pain in the butt, so it's unfortunate, but yeah. And my laptop this is a basic laptop, i7 with basic stuff. It's nothing special. I'm surprised it is able to do what I'm asking. I'm very gracious, but I don't have the ability to record while streaming. So otherwise I'd be able to just continue the stream, put it back up, and then go from there, but I'm not able to do that. So purple's your favorite color? Oh, great. Amethyst or Tanzanite? Tanzanite is so pretty. Different energy, though. Different energy than amethyst. Amethyst is straight up heart chakra. I have a piece right here for a very special reason, which I guess I'll take the opportunity to share, because why not? It's raw. Has a nice spot for my thumb right there. It's got some matrix on it. Really pretty pinkish purple. The camera doesn't do it justice, but there's a lot of energy in it. But it's a powerful one for me. It's my sister's birthstone, and it's a reminder of her, and also, the idea of amethyst is really special, because amethyst, again, it represents the heart chakra, but there's something very special. Purple is up, but there's this loving energy, because green is the color of the heart, right? Green is the frequency that the heart wants. This is a giving energy. It's purifying. There's a love to it, but also what this represents is the merger. And so oftentimes it's used when attempting to communicate the heart, right? So if you're attempting to speak your heart, amethyst is good for that as well. Also very important with amethyst is that citrine and amethyst are identical. They just simply formed under different temperatures. And that's evidenced as well by the fact that a lot of modern citrine is actually amethyst that's been irradiated that turns it orange. But natural citrine is amethyst. They occur together. Oftentimes, if you get a nice piece, you can find a little orange kind of splashing through. I don't know if I have any citrine in here, but they're the same thing. And so if you consider what that means, that the difference between that and root chakra is really, or actually in this case, it would be the solar plexus, right? Up from that, consumption, digestion. So Lucky Empress. Wow. Well, first of all, this is your random act of wisdom. Okay, this is for Lucky Empress. Wheel of Fortune. Okay, first of all, if you want to go to sleep, turn off the TV. I mean, did everyone hear that Pat Sajak is actually going to retire? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's been on TV for so long. I wouldn't know what to do if he wasn't there, right? Tell you what, I'll leave the amethyst out tonight for you, and I'll put it right here on my pentacle so that it'll be there. All right, you can see it there tonight. Wheel of Fortune, the clock is always ticking, the wheel is always turning. And not only that, don't ever forget, no matter where you are on the wheel, you won't be there for long. If you're at the top, you're on your way down. If you're at the bottom, you're on your way up. It's also the idea of respecting the fact that the wheel does always turn, and so our job is not to get too upset when our will isn't ours, because we have to recognize it's our interaction with it that makes things happen. It's not just knowing what's coming, it's knowing how we're going to react and how that'll change our experience in that, right? So that's your... Oh, great. You know what's funny? I have a friend. We used to sit on the phone a lot for hours. And many times we would be talking and get into some heavy conversation, whatever the case, about, you know, whatever. And all of a sudden... And I'm like, oh my gosh, hello? Nothing. And then the next day, she'll text me, sorry, I fell asleep again. It's your voice, it's not my fault. And I said, all right, well, I don't know. I guess I should get a voice changer. But I'm glad. I appreciate it. Okay. He finally moved toward justice. Okay, let me stick this away real quick. Now, there's one change that you guys might notice in the readings as far as the personal messages, which everybody gets. Even if you buy a reading, you get a personal message anyway, or if I do a spread for you, like I'm going to answer some questions for a couple people here. But I still do the personal message. I'm introducing now, we're graduating, so congratulations to everybody who's been on the stream long enough to take advantage of some of the knowledge I've been spreading related to the Deacon system. I'm now adding the court card, right? So if we look at our wheel, we know that the wheel offers us all kinds of goodies with respect to where we are and where we're going, and the period of time that we're in right now is about to end. Right now we're in this period of September 12th through 22nd, so in 2 days we're going to change. But in the meantime, we're in this 10 of disc period that's ruled by Mercury, right? And so the 10 of discs is the period of time that we're in right now. Okay, that 10 of disc period. Now, the Queen of Sword and the Hermit comes from a different place, right? So the Queen of Sword comes from the fact that she is the current court card of our time, and she began in the period that we're in when it began, right? Because this is the Queen's influence, which includes the period we just entered, or are about to exit rather, the one that we're in right now, and then this period that we're going to be coming into in the next couple of days, and then the period right after that into this Libra, right? So we have this Queen of Sword energy right here is coming in Earth, and then she finally gets to her sword airness when we breach the autumnal equinox, right? And so there's this transitional period that we're going through that's represented by that Queen, okay? And so now what I've decided to do is to start adding the appropriate court card into the readings. So, or into, right? And so that's what we're going to do. And then obviously the major is related to the suit, right? The zodiacal, the sign, right? It's kind of like it's the prince or the princess manifested as these different energies in a costume, dressed like a lion, dressed like a bull, dressed like a, naked in some of them. So and that's what we're talking about. Jeanette, hello. Yeah, we'll take a look. Okay, so let us begin. And I'm not sure where we are on the list any longer, so we're going to see what's going on here. And the list is about to kind of change based on who answers questions, whatever the case. So just right now, the list I have out is, and keep in mind, shameless plug, anybody who wants to trump the list can do so, with a donation. But basically, the list as we have and where it stands right now is Saji, Dream, Lauren, Artie, Hales, Brianna, right? And so if you're here, any of those, just let me know. Just pop a thumb up, a hello, or whatever the case may be. And in the meantime, I'm going to begin shuffling. And then we're going to, put people on and off the list based on that. And so if you've just joined and you see that the list is kind of full, don't worry. It's a dynamic thing that changes all the time. So, and just to clarify, the spotlight deck we're dealing with today is the Tarot Ceremonial Magick by Milo, DuQuette, and Constance, DuQuette. Great deck. One of the reasons I like this, because we always refer back to the wheel, right? And we refer back to the Deacons and the planetary, all this information, right? Like the Deacon, the court, and that relationship. Where did this, why the Ten of Wand? Same thing with the Major. Well, what he's done, which is really, really useful when you're reading, is that it's all kind of built in. So like right there is the Deacon that's associated with the period of time for the Four of Disc. Right there is the 30-degree period of time for the Queen of Sword. Like, it's there's also elemental stuff. The Two of Disc doesn't just refer to Earth, it's the fiery part of Earth. As far as the majors, there's the Hebrew letter, the elemental stuff, there's goetic information, all kinds of really good stuff. And so at the end of the day, the goal here is to, as much as we can, to keep open to the process here of finding the truth. And so you want to keep out of your own way as much as possible. And it's okay to refer to the diagrams or to grab like 777 and look down the list. But it doesn't hurt either to have a tool that just has the information there so you can just go through the process. What does the watery part of air mean? Well, the water means cup. That's emotion. What does air mean? Sword. That means mental. Communication. Communicating the heart. Right? And so it's a very nice vocabulary, and if you can jump to that information quickly without having to then, Two of Cups, wait, what was that? Is that the watery part of Earth or the fiery part? Right? It's just, it's a lot to memorize, and so this is a good reference to not have to do that, okay? There we go. Okay. All right, so I guess somebody donated. Let's see. I feel like I should give it more space and time during retrograde, but worried about how the distance pushes him further into enjoying his freedom too much. Wow. Jeanette, yeah. Okay. That's all very genuine stuff you're feeling right there. Okay? And we'll talk about that. And so let's do this. First thing that we're going to do, I didn't get the notification, although sometimes it takes time to come in, but I'll just give it a quick look and we'll move forward. If it's not obvious immediately, that's okay, and then we'll worry about it later. But so in the meantime, put down, I don't need your year. I think I just got the notification. Yes. I don't need your year. I need your, wow, you have a very interesting last name. And I think you might know why. Yeah, so I just need the month and day of your birth to find your birth card. And we'll go from there. Really? I'm a Capricorn rising. 2 Capricorn suns. That's interesting. Wow. You know, it's funny too because that's a lot of passive aggressive, man. Whew. Could you imagine 2 Capricorn suns in a relationship? Yeah, that's a lot of being critical and not communicating it, and that can bubble up, right? But okay, so let's begin. We're looking at a connection here. We're looking at love, and this is a love that has already existed. You know, based on the experience here that we're looking at distance, space and time. Okay. Oh, we have a 111 in the house and a 112. On the subject of 111. We'll talk about that later because there's some heavy stuff related to those numbers and what that actually means. A little spoiler for later for those who stick around. Yeah, this is just a little calculator I put together to have some fun with gematria. And you can bump into some interesting stuff. I know somebody on 111 too. I have a very close friend of mine actually who was born on 111. His name's I'll just give you his nickname, the Candyman. So yeah, that sucks. And you know, it also depends upon what the motivation was for the reconnection, right? But let's just jump to the wheel real quick and get some quick information out so that we can begin. And so first thing we're going to do is look at you, which is January 11th, right? And so that's going to be toward the top there. You have to pardon my old eyes, okay? And so you're both 4 of disc. Remember what I talked about? Right? About how, imagine having 2 Capricorns, right? 2 4 of discs. Okay, so let me just pop that on here. Hang on. Wow. And everybody who's familiar with the Rider-Waite, I'll pop those cards out. Okay, so your birth card is going to be, just to clarify here, make sure we're in the right place. You're the 11th, he's the 12th. That is, yeah, the 4 of disc. Okay. Also, your both of you are in Capricorn, which is the devil. Bum, bum, bum. Yep, that's right, the devil. Okay, and now let's also just mark it. I forgot that I have my fancy smancy annotation. So let's just notate this so we can jump to it easily here. Okay. And go all the way to the princess. So this is the period of time that we're looking at. All right, it's a period of earth, but it's also, merging into air. And specifically, the deacon that we're dealing with is the 4 of disc. The sign that we're looking at is Capricorn. And the particular court is the Prince of Swords, okay? Together. Okay, and then we have, let's see, 4 of disc, Prince of Sword. Okay. Very good, okay. Alrighty, so that said, let's get these cards out so you can see them. This is the 4 of Pentacles. Imagine these 2 people in a relationship that haven't found their balance. That doesn't mean that everybody who's a 4 of Pentacle is just a stubborn person that, you know, doesn't want to, you know, or is kind of internally picky but doesn't communicate that. That's not what that means. I absolutely, yes. Well, Jeanette donated, and so, but you're first on the list next, Saji. Yeah. Okay. There we go. And I have one more spot open on the free list, but yeah. Okay, and so just make sure this is all correct. Okay, good. So yeah, there's the 4 of disc. Prince of Sword. The Prince is the Knight. Okay, so that's just, the Thoth system uses a different name, but the Prince is the Knight. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. One of these days I'll get faster at this. Setting all this up. Obviously, for client readings and stuff, this is all set up prior to us ever even sitting down, so this time is not spent doing this. All right, so and then your major. Okay. And now you'll see on the top here is the 10 of Pentacle. That's the period of time that we're in. That's the current decadent. Right? We're ruled by the 10 of Pentacle, the Queen of Sword, and the Hermit. Okay, and so the whole point of this is that what we're going to do is to take a look at where we are and where you come from, and those two things combined create basically a description of the shape, in a sense, of your divine vortex. Everyone's is different, and it comes from your interaction with this circumstance right here, right? And so the whole idea is to take a look at and where you are compared to that, and then we'll answer your direct question. So first of all, this is where you're coming from, and it's also where they're coming from, because you both share the same energies, being a day apart. And if you look at the wheel, you're still within that same period of time, both of you. That period goes through the 10th through the 19th. We're not Capricorns. We're talking about Sun and Capricorns, right? And we're moving into Venus. And we're moving into from Earth to air. We'll discuss what that means in a moment. But basically, you're in this period of time where the 4 of Pentacle is an idea of twofold. It's not just about being stubborn. It's also about the idea of practical. Practical exists because of necessity, and some people feel like they have the capacity to step up and do without so they can have what they need, and so they're being practical. Leave me alone, right? Yeah, but you have extra money and we really want to buy that thing. Yeah, I know, but if we just save a little bit more, we can get a better thing later, and so we just have to so it's that kind of idea. It's not that they're cheap or stingy, it's that they're practical and that they want to they don't want to be stuck not having. Sometimes that could also lead to majorly, like, and it can lead to this idea of the desire to protect that, which you see in this idea of mine. But now the feet on the pentacles is not that they're standing on it to prevent them from going away. It's that they're a fairly balanced person, right? I mean, 4 is this really, really, really important number with respect to balance and physical reality and things being manifested. 4 is the first point that 3D can exist. Yeah, okay. But now, then we have the Knight of Sword, right? And now, if we reference here the period that we're talking about, this is the idea of moving from the Sun into Venus, and then from Venus into Mercury. And what does all that mean? It's the idea of going from the heart into the mind. You're emerging into this stage of mental energy from emotional. which is where that comes from again, right? It's the idea of looking at the mental energy. And so this is the basic personality. The devil is a warning and a lesson. It's just the idea that the devil only affects the mind. But the mind forms our behavior, and it helps tell our story, right? And so we have to be cautious that we don't give in entirely to that identity, so that we don't run the risk of compulsion, addiction, losing sight of reality, and kind of being stuck in our kind of fantasy. The important lesson too, though, is that those chains are loose and they can be taken off anytime. They're not actually bound and held there. And there's some other dynamics here related to the Lover's card. These two cards are identical. The Lover's card and the Devil are the same card. They're just sort of different stages of that. All right. The fruit's on the tree. The fruit is now part of her tail. The flames are on the tree. The flames are now burning his tail. You know, here we have the idea of her looking at the angel. He's looking at her. Here, she's looking out at us, and he's looking at her. This is the idea of the fall, and the fall being necessary for redemption. This is the idea of the fall happening, and then you thinking that this is it, and you staying there, right? And so that's the idea of the devil. And the lesson/warning is temperance, right? The difference between giving in to base desire, and that it can include mental energy, because that's really the realm that the devil operates is in the mind, or through the idea of temperance, which is the balance of the mind and the soul. And the movement in between that water is the heart. The heart is not present in the cups. The heart is the thing the cups are moving back and forth. And that's the mind's version of that and the soul's version of that. And so temperance is not the idea of doing without. It's the idea of maintaining. And the devil is giving in, right? And so it's the warning of giving in. Now, the period of time that we're in right now, relevant to this circumstance, is that we're in this period of going inward to see the truth. There is no truth in the light. It sort of shines on everything. It's hard to discern, right? Yes. And so, and then we have the Queen of Swords, which, if we go back to the wheel, the Queen of Swords is the period over. Let me just grab the annotation here. The Queen of Swords is the period that we're in right now, right? And she ends here. And so we're in this energy. This whole period of time is this shift from Earth, which is your normal, natural position, and we're going to be moving into air, which is the same thing that's happening right here at your birth. Essentially, you are in this transitional period of merging from Earth into air, from the body into the mind. And when it comes to Capricorns, that's kind of a dangerous game, because what happens is that you're already sort of like a mental animal. And so now you get into the point of doing some serious overreacting, right? I mean, like serious overreacting. And so you got to be careful about that. I think I might be having trouble with the chat here. Maybe not. Yes, but that's okay. The mental crap is fine, because at least we know what it is, and so we know what to work on. But this is really just what I just told you. Everything I just told you is simply your horoscope for the next period of time until we move into the next period, which is at the 22nd. It's the next several days. And then the transitionary period is what we're talking about here, right? And so just be aware of that. So now let's actually get to, okay, good. Now let's get to the reading. That's not the one I want to get rid of. There it is. Sorry. Okay. Again, eventually I'll be able to navigate this a little smoother. But in the meantime, it's working out. Or I could just hire a producer instead of having to produce the whole thing on my own. I could just like lay back and be the talent. Like, I don't got time to do graphic design, man. I'm the talent. Talk to my agent. I think I'm getting a phone call. Where's my phone? Right? Okay, so in the meantime then. Yeah, let's take a look at that. That's actually an interesting question, and kind of where I was going to go is not when is a good time to communicate, but really the nature of it. Because, you know, the way that we communicate has a lot to do with why we're heard and how we're heard, like what they think we're coming from. And if we're coming from a place that they can't attach to, or it puts them on a defensive, or it puts them in a position of feeling needy or needed, it changes the whole dynamic here, all right? Okay, well, let's start from the beginning. We got a lot going on, so let's just start from the beginning, which is this idea. First, you asked about space. And just to make sure that I'm on the same page here, the gist is that you're deciding as to whether or not you feel like is it better to give him space? Like, is this one of these if you love it, let it go situations, right? Or is this a I don't want to do that because I'm afraid he won't come back kind of situations, right? I just realized that I couldn't see my Abbey Road. This is my Abbey Road. When I don't see it in the background, I'm like, I want my Abbey Road. And so you have to kind of consider what's the nature of that, right? And so at the end of the day, very oftentimes, because we're on this constant battle between our higher and lower self and the wrong one wins, we're walking around as a zombie to our base desire, to our ego, which is the thing that fools our brain into thinking that it has agency when the brain doesn't have agency. It's our base desire. It's the negative reflection of the wand and the cup. And we don't want that. And so we can work with that. We can work around that. So the first thing I'm going to look at here is, from a communication perspective, what is it that how are you coming off? Like, what's your motivation there, so that this will let us know, are you coming off as offensive? Are you coming off as defensive? Are you coming off as needy? Are you coming off as aggressive? And then regardless of whatever that answer is, we're going to look at how is he taking that? What is his perspective on that? How is he viewing you? And that's right away a good way to look at what are the energies that he sees and what are the energies you're putting out. And then we're going to have a third card in the middle, which is going to essentially be, how can we best facilitate that process being smooth, right? Okay. It's not ready. And so that's where we are, and that's where my mental energy is. That's where my heart is. That is the shape of my cup. Incidentally, that statement just threw to my head. I threw up a video a while back that nobody watched. I think it's gotten like, I don't know, and I have to redo it. But basically, it's the idea of the song by Sting, Shape of My Heart, is actually a song about the tarot. And I have proof. The video's great. No one's watched it, but I absolutely believe that that's true. I don't think it's an accident. He deals the cards as a meditation, the sacred geometry of chance. He doesn't deal for the money he wins. Anyway, it's just a great. I know that the spades are the swords of a soldier. I know that the clubs are weapons of war. I know that diamonds bring meaning to this art, but that's not the shape of my heart. Or something like that. But yeah, if you read the words... Yeah, but no, there's some fun stuff in there. And, you know, a lot of the ones that I've posted are just my daily readings, and so there's no reason to go back and look at older daily readings unless there's some divine message in it for you. But there's one I did on demystifying Visconti Sforza, which is the original tarot deck that we have left. It's not the oldest. There are some decks prior to that are in the same space, but that's the one that we have like actual cards of that we can scan and whatever the case. And that's one cute video that I did. And I did one related to that song, just for the heck of it, just to, you know, put something up for the heck of it. That was related to the tarot community. I'm gonna stop there. Okay, so let's take a look at how you're communicating and how you're being seen. Your motivation. Their motivation. And then the one in between we'll just kind of leave up here. And we'll get to that last, okay? I'm going to read through the chat here. Give me a sec. Actually, you want to reach out. Yeah, the spiritual event. Yeah, we'll look at that. If I forget to look on that, let me know. I want to read about the spiritual event. What do you mean we're just not there? I'm not sure. I think I meant the cards. That they weren't ready to be. They weren't done shuffling. Not there yet. Okay. So let's take a look. This is how you're being heard. Okay. Four of Wands. This is how he's hearing you. What he's seeing, what he's thinking. The Six of Disc. What's going on with my chat here? I'm not sure what. Sure where it's going. Apologize. Okay. So now, as I had spoken before, one of the reasons that I grabbed this deck is also, as we're going through readings tonight, to show some of the differences between a deck like a Rider-Waite Smith and then this. We get some, okay, good. We get some knowledge here. For instance, the earthy part of Earth compared to the earthy part of fire. And the difference here. Venus and Aries. You are speaking Venus and Aries. They are hearing the moon in Taurus. Right? And so this is a very different idea than... Hang on. Give me just a moment. Okay. This is what you're putting out. We'll get there in a sec, right? And then this is what he's hearing. See that? Sarah, hello. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll pop you next on the list here. Give me just a moment. Sarah. Okay. I have a daughter named Sarah. That's why I misspelled your name. So there you go. Okay. There it is. Great. Okay. Yes, love, need, Bonjour, bonjour. So, okay, let's talk about that, actually. Hello, Lifeline. Thanks for popping in. Let's not misunderstand the Six of Pentacle. The image shows a couple of things here that can be maybe a little deceptive. If there's some people who's watched my channel before, you know that I read a very, very interesting way compared to maybe the way that you've seen other people read cards. Okay, I give you 3 levels of knowledge here. The first one is the Hierophant, right? Anyone who wants to walks in the door and can get the lies told openly, which is basically the surface meaning. Right, and what's the surface meaning here? Marriage, money obligation, or neediness. But then there's an inner level of meaning, an inner order, which is represented by the High Priestess, and that's not available to everybody. You have to be invited. And it's only available to those with the ears to hear. And that's that sort of inner meaning that is shared with those internally. And it's the truth, but told in secret. So if the Hierophant, the outer meaning, is lies told openly, the High Priestess, the inner meaning is the truth told in secret. That's where I work. That's what I'm going to do with you tonight. And we're going to tell the truth in secret. With the goal, ultimately, always, the goal of this work, if I can find where I put the poor guy, is the inner sanctum, which is the truth told openly. And now I can't get there alone. But together, working through the stuff that we're going to find, we're going to get to that place together. So right now, we're working in the space of the truth in secret. Absolutely, Lifeline will get you on there as the night progresses too. We'll get through the list here. I have 2 in front of you, and then the free list will go from there. So the inner meaning here, that inner sanctum meaning, we're going to get to, but the inner order meaning here is twofold. This is not just a person that's giving to the needy. Let's look at the motivation of the people here. What's the motivation of the one that's receiving? Need. Why? Irrelevant. But the need is real. They actually, right? They're wearing dirty robes and they've been through their day and it's kind of rough. Then we have this other person wearing the blue. Wait a minute, blue? If we think about the period of time that this came up, right? That we're actually referencing this Renaissance period. Blue was not a color that broke people wore. Blue was unique. It was expensive. And look how clean it is. What's that red thing sticking out of his pocket? It's a theater ticket. Where'd he get the money for a theater ticket in this beautiful blue robe? And he's on the ground begging like he needs. He doesn't need. He's taking. He's a taker. Someone that needs, someone that takes. Now, let's look at the third person, because there's another motivation here, right? We have the motivation of the person that's the need. I'm hungry. That's my motivation, man. My belly's empty. This other person, what's their need? Selfishness. Being filled up at someone else's expense without regard. Then you have this person in the middle holding the scales, right? Now, what's up with those scales? They're a little uneven. Wow. Yep. Well, we'll talk about that. This person in the middle, though, with the scale, here's the deal. What's the motivation behind the giving? A recognition of an injustice. The fact that they recognize that due to the system that we live in and the nature of the way things are, there's some people that even if they try hard are going to fail. And some people, even if they're can't get out of their own way, will succeed out of luck. And there is that middle, and certainly through work and so on, you can do better than most. But there is an imbalance there, an injustice. And so he's giving, knowing, I have to, since I have more, give to those who have less to participate in that balancing. And so the person in the Six of Pentacle here is willfully attempting to achieve balance. If you look at the card in the DuQuette deck here, it's the idea of material success, right? Moon in Taurus, but there's also this idea, what does all that mean? Material success, that's a very broad outer order kind of statement. What's the inner order statement? Well, look at this. You have this cascade. Some people have a little, some people have a lot, and there is a balance. And it's the idea too, they're not stacked one on top of the other neatly. They've, there's this genuine impression of this holographic, one smaller than the other, and then the greater going up. And it's the idea of the earthy part of Earth, solid, unmoving, stubborn, absolutely lifeline. I'll add you. Here, I'll do it now so that you can see your name up there. So let me just quickly, I'm going to add Sarah up to the top because you're after Jeanette. That will allow me to That's funny. My nickname used to be Lifeline because of a TV show, that trivia show, and I was the one that people would call when they didn't know the answer. Okay. All right. So you get the idea here, right? It's the idea of the recognition of that. Now, there's other meanings as well, which is the opposite of that, which is the idea of the person that's on the bottom, or this other one that's giving for a different reason, to be noticed. A lot of people give to be noticed. And then we have the 4. The 4 is the idea of homecoming. It's the idea of, because again, anytime you see a 4, it's a very stable state, right? You guys are the 4 of discs, and we talked about that. Well, and here, this is the wand represented as the 4. It's the soul, the spirit, represented as the 4. And so it's this idea of a gathering, a celebration. But why is that celebration there? The celebration is the idea of sort of a connection that takes place. And let's jump to this card here. It's called the Perfected Work. Venus and Aries. And now Aries is a very active energy, right? You're talking about fire, and it is a wand. But it's the earthy part of fire. And what does earth mean? The body, physically manifested. And so what this is referring to is the energy of fire, that will being made manifest, something that was built. And so we have perfected work, right? And so that's where we get that divinatory meaning with these cards as far as the earthy part of fire. And what that means is the bodily part of the spirit being manifest, the desire and the will manifesting physically. But we're talking about Venus. So the thing being manifested is emotional. The thing being manifested is love. The thing being manifested is the desire to, assisted in the desire to connect being met. But there was more than one person involved here. This didn't happen alone. And now there are some people that would look at this card, and I have gotten this energy occasionally, that those cheering people are in the distance, like you're not with them. This is celebration happening without you. And now let's look at this final thing here, because let's talk about, this is important with respect to reading for any reason, is the context of the position, right? We're in these positions for a reason. This is what you're attempting to communicate and how you're being seen. You are attempting to communicate, look what we could have. They're hearing, it shouldn't be this way, it should be another way, and this injustice needs to be righted. And he's looking at you as the person in the blue. You don't need, what do you it's like, I don't need to give, when you're actually the one that does need. And so this is an interesting dynamic here. Now let's take a look at the third card. What this card is representing is, how can we correct this? Actually, before I do that, I'm going to pause and ask you, do you have any questions or feedback on anything I've talked about so far? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so an empath, that's tough too. Because, you know, you have to resist the urge to carry it. Like, you know, you take it, process it. If you're able to, put it into a language that they can understand so that you can give it back some connection. Because that's the job of an empath. It's not just, you're not just there to take it from them. You're there to take it, process it, and give it back in a different form, right? Okay, good. I'll continue then. So we have to resist the urge to keep too much of it, because that can get really heavy. I mean, I have to ground after virtually every reading if it's in depth, because I'm just like, I'm taking all kinds of your stuff right now. I'm taking some of his stuff. I got all kinds of stuff in me right now. That sounded dirty. So this card, though, that we're going to look at, this is the card of the, what can you do to help facilitate a better flow of communication? Specifically, this is referring to the communication. Like, how can we help you communicate properly better what you actually want, and him hear that? Aries. He hears me as the Six of Pants. Yep. He hears me as I'm trying to give in. Or is that... Okay. Yeah, let's go back to that. What I'm talking about here is the idea that there are these roles, and he's looking at you as the one in blue. Again, you're putting out... Look what we could have. There's other people involved here, and we can all have this great thing. And instead, what he's hearing is, this isn't what I want. It should be a different way. Why isn't it the way it should be? He's feeling like you're the one thinking there's an injustice, and that you're imposing on him that it's his job to fix it. Or it's his fault that it's wrong. That's what he feels. Whether or not that's true, that's what he's thinking. All right? Did that clarify? That's not what I wanted to do. I just want to move the 4. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, so then I can put that there, and so you can see them both. All right, okay, there you go. That's what I was trying to do, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm a very stream of consciousness kind of person, and so, yeah, okay. And so now the card that we got to connect these, basically in a way that we can hopefully assist the communication taking place here, is the idea of the Emperor. And so what this idea is really, really, really powerful here. Wow, this is good stuff, okay? When we're attempting to act or react, or when we are attempting to communicate with a goal in mind, the words that we use are toward that goal, not in the attempt to communicate. They're there to achieve something. And when the other person is doing that same thing, that communication becomes, I'm trying to achieve a goal, so am I. Well, you're in my way. Well, you're in my way. And the communication, even though you're using different words, that is the goal. And now that also emerges from the fact that all of existence is us constantly ignoring or listening to our soul talk. And when we're not, which is 99.9 with a line minus 1% of the time, we're walking around like a zombie in our body, and we're ignoring the soul talk. And now what that means is that the ego takes over. Our personality's in the back observing, being fooled into the fact that we think we're in control, but we're really not. And we're walking around giving up our agency is like an automaton to our emotions, to our body. And now what that does is it affects our communication, how we talk, the things that we're attempting to achieve with that communication, right? What's our agenda? And so what the Emperor is referring to here is the ability of taking that agency back so that you're actually communicating what you want to, as opposed to what your ego is trying to justify. Which is why it's not your fault per se. He's coming off, though, he's hearing you come off that, like, things could be better and you need to do something about it, or this isn't right and it could be better if it was this other way. But the Emperor is a different story. And where did I get that from the Emperor? Because the Emperor is in a position of authority, but it is absolute. He doesn't have scales. Justice has scales. What's right, what's fair. The Emperor does what he wants, right? And so it's this idea of there being a lack of imposition in his will. His will is his will. Now, he has advisors, right? You know, there's the consigliere, and then there's the mystic, and then there's the, if he pays attention, the queen that helps him to understand the soul of the people. But what we're trying to achieve here is agency over our ego, so that we can communicate and be heard better, so that he doesn't hear you as thinking, oh, well, there's this thing that she wants and here's the thing that I want, and you know, that's not going to gel, okay, right? So is that clear as far as the steps that should be taken with respect to your communication here? I'm going to put it another way anyway, and then we're going to get to the next portion of the reading. You are a human being. I'm guessing, right? I'm guessing you're a human being. You might be an angel. I don't know. We entertain angels all the time without realizing it, but no. Seriously, you're a human being. Okay? Now, we think about that, and then we call that a noun. We have words, you know, for different things, and we have a word called a noun, and a noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. It's an object. It's a pentacle. The pentacle is a noun. But a human being is not a noun. A human being is a verb. You are a human being, Jeanette. You're perpetuating that personality. What is that personality? It's an identity that is the unification of the lies you've been told by your ego your whole life, and the identity that we were given at our birth, right? Our name, and all these other things that go along with that. And then we formulate these different parts of us as we navigate this unchangeable matrix of reality, and how we interact with this creates these little eddies and ebbs and flows, right, that are the idea of this divine vortex, and everybody's little whatever is different. But what we have to do, rather than navigating through that process, and sort of being carried by it, is to participate in it. Our life is a story that's end has already happened, and it's our job to fill in the middle. Right? Yeah, so let's just catch up on the chat here. I guess we do want two different things. He gives me love and then pulls back when it gets, oh yeah. Well, yeah, and why is he pulling back? He's pulling back, but he's under the impression that you feel like the reason things aren't the way they are is within his control to fix, and he's intimidated by that. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah, well, okay, all right, that's true. So if he's stuck in sword and you're stuck in heart, that's can't always work. The sword has to turn upside down for that to work. right? And actually, we're going to talk about that tonight during the Beautiful Soul. You should stick around for that. It's actually a beautiful act, practice in Wicca all the time, the athame and the cup, right? But that's the athame turned upside down. But now what we have an opportunity here to talk about the elemental language, because the idea is if you know that he's stuck in sword, i.e. air, and you're stuck in cup, i.e. water, and both of you need to really just get to the truth, which is your wand. So how do we make wand out of cup? Well, we use the rules. We use the laws of harmony, which means you have to start applying some sword. And now in his circumstance, he's seeing it as too much sword, and he needs to start applying, which you can't make him do anything. And so you're going to have to just put the influence around and then let that change. So if you want to change his sword, you're going to have to start applying your sword instead. And your pentacle. And that'll shift him into cup. So what does that mean? You need to start shifting your energy out of your heart into your head. And when you communicate with him, you can't do it through mental energy or through emotional energy. You have to do it bodily. Touch his face and say, don't you want what we have? And instead of saying, this is the way it should be, say, look what we could have. Or, together we could have this thing. And why do we choose these decisions? We choose a lot of these decisions because of getting wrapped up in the mental, right? Let's take a look at some things here. So I'm going to leave this out here as a reminder of the fact that we need to take back agency. And then we're going to continue here. And we're going to look at the idea of is there any work that could be done on you and him separately? Because what I'm trying to figure out here, like you talked about maybe inviting him to a spiritual thing together, and that may be an opportunity. But see, now that, I just want to be clear. That's not a good idea, because that's too heart and soul. You need to start giving him sword. And pentacle. As opposed to the heart and the soul. So I think a spiritual, like, you need to have a more practical kind of Capricorn day, maybe, you know better, like that may help motivate him. But just approach the day from a mental standpoint, meaning that, like, don't try to get too heavy and emotional. Don't try to talk about feelings too much initially. You really just want to let that be the energy surrounding you, but communicate from body and mind. But we could look at that day, and we could also just look at, like, this is an important question that we get. And as readers a lot is like, do they love me? Should we, will we be married? And, these type of things. One of the things that I like to look at too is just sort of karmically, like, are you guys compatible? And this isn't like a gypsy compatibility reading. We already know from a very interesting dynamic here that the two of you are the same energies, right? We, as far as the Four of Discs, the Prince of Sword, the Devil, and you both are in this same state of having the propensity due to that to get stuck in your head and to identify with that, and that is the warning of the devil. The warning of the devil is to not forget that by being stuck in your head, a lot of people think that the devil is giving into the body. The devil is not giving into the body. The devil is giving into the brain, to the mind. He controls the mind. He does not control your body. Where Where's the... Okay, sorry. And the warning lesson in the devil is the idea of taking the chain off. So, similar to my sword that I use in my work here on the channel, and the reason that I have it as a dirty knife that I then close, is the idea that obviously you can't access the world without your brain. It's the way we communicate, because it's the thing that accesses the words, but what chooses the words is what matters. We have to process the world through our brain, because that's what takes in and accesses the archetypes and all these things, and so that's fine, but how we interpret those archetypes matters. And so you need to move into, yes, you are, yes, but that's the point of why, like, you need to move into the sword and pentacle, so you're kind of squeezing him into the heart out of the sword. When you start to introduce more swords, suddenly he's gonna, this is intrinsic, it's built in, it's not, it's subconscious. He's gonna see that excess of air and he's gonna react to it with water. I promise, it's sort of how it works. And it's also the idea of how air and water are the same thing at different densities, and when you add enough air, it condenses into water. Enough talk turns into feelings, right? But too many karmic broncs, and he's younger and immature, and his communication is wild. Random active wisdom. That's a man. Don't fall into the trap of overestimating him. Of course he's immature. He's going to be immature when he's older. We have no choice. What is a man but a broken woman? You take 2 X chromosomes and break off one of them, and then you have an XY. Like, really, don't overestimate us. We have no idea what we're doing. Let's take a look at that. Any ladies in the room want to agree with the fact that men are just... We're dumb. It's not our fault. It really isn't. Especially when we love you. Especially when there's a connection there. And we get all messed up about what can we do to not lose it. And what can we do to, impress you. And how can we... It's just... It's not our fault. We're just dumb. We don't understand... without being taught that we have to work on that connection, and that we can't just ignore it, and that there is actual fulfillment in that if we allow it. Yeah. Well, that's it. Because the fact of the matter is... Yes, you're after Sarah. The fact of the matter is, there's a lot of things that stop us from taking action. And there's a lot of things that fear is really one of them. And of course you're tired, because like we talked about before, like, imagine the idea of communicating false will to false will, and coming from a place of trying to fill a cup with the wrong thing, and you're both coming from that place. There's gonna be no communication that can take place. It's just not possible. And what you wind up doing is, like, bumping heads. There's an old saying, a friend of mine, he's from Illinois, he's a farmer, his dad was a philosopher and a very learned man. They're both super smart. And he said to me once, never try to teach a pig to sing, because all you're gonna do is hurt your ears and annoy the pig. Right? Well, okay, so he's not ready, and that's okay. And when he is ready, then you'll be there to help him on that journey. It's a very, very specific, intimate thing when and how you walk that path. And how you come to the conclusion. You may think that you're doing great, and then realize, oh, wait, I guess I didn't know as much as I knew, or I thought and about who you are specifically, about who we really are. So let's just take a look now. What is the kind of the immediate future with this situation here, as far as the connection is concerned? Where is he going to be, and where are you going to be in the future? No problem. That's the strength card, but in the Thoth system, it's called lust. High Priestess. This is so perfect. What I told you, just to be clear, was you are in a state of heart and need to move into sword and communicate. But what are you supposed to be communicating? You're supposed to be communicating pentacle, right? I need you to connect your sword and pentacle. He's stuck in the sword, and I'm asking you to get him into cup mode. The way to do that is by you activating your sword and pentacle, which is lust. Moving him into the High Priestess, which is that water stage. And now the Two of Disc is the idea of change. Now, so I'm just going to put this here as well. And why change? The card, the Deacon, that the Two of Pentacles represents is the idea of Jupiter in Capricorn. And what is Jupiter in Capricorn? Shannon, thank you for popping in. I really appreciate that. Because what this refers to is Jupiter in Capricorn. And Jupiter in Capricorn is the idea of that sort of like, very similar to the Emperor. You know, there is no fear. Why is Jupiter jovial? Why is Jupiter so happy? Because it has nothing to be afraid of. It's the biggest, so it's nothing to fear. Sword be stern? No, sword is the idea of, it can be stern, but sword is the idea of, the earthy part of sword is stern, stubborn. The sword in and of itself refers to the mental state. It refers to the act of communication. It refers to science. It refers to the usage of the element. So for instance, in a sword card, like, or a card that refers to air, let's just find one real quick. Right, this is the earthy part of air. So this is applying mental energy to the earth. Or, for instance, the fiery part of air, which is the application of air, right? And so what we're referring to here is a little bit broader than that, because we're looking at the planet and sign connection. So what we're looking at is the idea of the practicality of Capricorn, but the joyous part. You know how Capricorn, some of them are just sort of really easygoing, so it's not even just a matter of being magnanimous. It's actually with the intent of being joyful. And so taking the energy of the Capricorn and applying it to the ability to say, okay, well, instead, what we're trying to accomplish here at the end of this process is joy. Love will come. And if the two of you keep getting stuck in this place of saying, okay, well, we're not communicating properly, or the overthinking is killing things, what this change refers to is the idea of when you swap into sword and pentacle, and he swaps into cup out of reaction to that, because you're speaking his language. What we wind up having is this idea of the change taking place, because this agency just disappears. It's like the idea of, you know, moving into the Jupiter comes from the fact that you're fearless now. Like, you know, for the battle you generate your courage, and the courage gives you the ability to do what you need to. Right? But then you lose the fear. And why? Because it's not necessary. Like, Jupiter is not afraid. And so he's joyful. And so your actions are based on that. And so it's like taking back that agency because you're not communicating with this weird thing anymore, right? You're communicating now with the idea of saying, fuck, what are we doing? Can't we just be happy? Like, we actually are attracted to each other. We have things, we have a lot in common. We think similar. Like, why can't we just get over this story we told about who we think each other are and what you can get from me and I can get from you, and instead be the verb. Just be. Touch him more. Be tactile with your communication. There's a difference between saying, see what I mean, and you feel me? You need to start saying to him, do you feel me? As opposed to, do you see what I mean? Do you hear me? Like, these are different modes of communication. So you need to start putting some sword and pentacle, and you will begin to see the cup emerge in him. And the outcome of that, the side effect of that, is going to be the two of you being realized. It's Earth, Capricorn, but the fiery part of Earth, and that fire being generated, lent through Jupiter, which is a beautiful energy. Take it from me, I'm a Sagittarius sun, in case you guys didn't know. So, okay. So what I'm going to do here, just for the heck of it, I'm going to take a quick screenshot for you that I'll email you later. I'll use the contact from the Cashapp. Okay. And now I'm going to change the position of this, and that's just due to the fact that intuitively that's where this belongs. Okay. All right. So all right. And so now let me just get the snapshot. Okay, great. All right, and so I'll email it to you, okay? You'll also have the video. But in the event that the video isn't up for whatever reason, or just for whatever reason, you'll always have that snapshot, and you can, kind of take a look at the cards and the flow of that, okay? Oh, I won't remove it. No, don't worry. But sometimes, okay. So now that said, though, if you do want to communicate with him, and this is just my final kind of thing here that I want to just drive home, okay, before we call it done. Before you talk, stop and ask, who's talking? What's the source of it? What's my motivation behind it? Where's it coming from? Am I inquiring, meaning I'm the cup looking to receive? Am I the sword, meaning that I want you to believe what I'm saying? I'm trying to enroll you in my thoughts, right? Or are you coming from pentacle, which is the body, desired, the bodily, physical, tactile communication, or wand? Because the sword is not your friend. That's your ego, tricking you into thinking that you are who you are, tricking you into thinking you have agency and control. So, okay. That said, I appreciate that energy. That was really good, and I appreciate your feedback. Somebody who's engaged in the reading really makes a big difference with respect to that energy. And so now you obviously qualified for the promotion, and so I'll shoot out the incense as long as I have your address. I won't email it, don't worry. I won't email it. I'll just do it through, everything will just be done through some other method that we determine for communication. You let me know. You reach out to me in the method that's best for you. How about that? If you want to you can just text that phone number. Why isn't my number up on here right now? Anyway, you can text that phone number, or leave a voicemail, or say, "No, worry about it. I don't want the incense. Give it to somebody else." That's fine too. And also, if you have any additional needs at any point, as far as like clarification or anything else, just call or text or email or whoever is best for you. We've got a kind of a long list as far as readings. I may be able to get to you tonight. We'll see. I have another person in front of you for a full spread, and then we're going to get through the free list. So, okay. If time allows, though, I'm happy to do it. And if not, just put your birth month and day in a comment in this video, and I will respond to that comment. All right, so but just comment on this video with your month and day if I can't get to you. That said, we're going to continue. Next is Sarah. If you're still here, Sarah, say hello. And let me just first say thank you so much for a really great reading. I felt a really good energy there. I appreciate it. And if you felt any connection or benefit, just consider commenting on the video. It makes a big difference. Likes are huge. Comments are even bigger. It all makes a huge difference. And share it with somebody. Just let them know that there's somebody out here trying to do the art a service and try to maintain the integrity of this art, and that I do absolutely take this a lot more seriously than some of you might even think. So, okay, Sarah, great. You're next. I'm going to just center. I need a minute to get my energy kind of straight here. I've been on for almost 3 hours, and so give me just a moment to heat up my coffee and center. And Sarah, you're next. Okay. Let me just get this list updated here. And then Saji, you'll be after Sarah, unless somebody donates, because obviously that's the rule. There, okay, so oh great, no problem. Yeah, I can understand why you're a little scared about that. We could even do a voice call or something if you'd like. But that said, though, thank you so much. And then, Sarah, you're next. I just need a couple minutes to center, and I'll be right back. And to everyone who's still here and listening to us, I appreciate it. Building the community means a lot. And together we can do some fun stuff. So I'll see everyone in just a minute. we're back. So, I love coffee. I don't know if you guys are aware, but you know, there's a lot of tools that we use in the system of magic, right? We use the wand, we use the sword, we use the cup, we use our pentacles, we use the energy of the circle and the manifested reality. We have a lot of different tools. But we can't underestimate that there's certain tools that are more effective than others when it comes to approaching wisdom and truth. And one of those is caffeine in high amounts. Who are we to argue with God, who provided this bean that all we have to do is roast it and drink it, and it just... So that said, coffee. Oh yeah. Okay, so we're looking at... Just catch up on the chat here. Nick has chased me for a year. I ended up dating someone else for a while. He watched me dare others until I decided I did want a chance with him. Then 9/11, my birthday, we had plans I canceled due to COVID. Ah, son of a gun. And getting sick, I canceled 2 days later, and he wasn't nice. Said some things. I took a step back to heal. Yeah, okay, sure. Haven't reached out to him. I'm wanting to, but wanting to know how to handle the situation. Okay, interesting. 9/11/81. Why did he say what he said? And has he been wanting communication? Okay, great question. Okay, good. So let's take a look at that. First of all, let's just get your information out real quick and maybe set up the wheel, so to speak. Right? And so first of all, we are looking at for yours. Okay, let's just do September. Now, 9/11 is the last day that we move into a different period of from the Knight of Disc into the Queen of Sword, right? This is 9/11 right here. And so we move into this energy of Venus into the energy of Mercury. Okay? This is represented by the 9 of Discs, right? And so that's going to, first of all, be the deacon that rules your birth, the 9 of Discs. Okay? Not a bad card. We're going to talk about that in a second. Okay, now you're also in the period of time of Virgo, which is representative of the Hermit, which is a beautiful energy. We're also going to talk about that as well. And that is also a 9, and that is significant. This 9 of Disc Virgo combination is a beautiful one. And then finally, the period of time that you are ruled by with respect to the court is the Knight of Disc, which is the king. Remember, these are the terms for the Thoth Tarot. And that system is a little different. And so they call the page the princess. They call the knight the prince. And then the knight is the king because he's in a constant state of always becoming the king. So the knight is the king. So anyway, that said, you are under the Knight of Discs, okay, which ends right now and then moves into the Queen of Sword, which is what we're moving into right now. So Knight of Discs is which is the king. Okay, or wand, or pentacle is another way to put it, pentacle. So there's a lot of pentacles going on. You have a lot of interesting energies happening here that we're going to talk about in a sec for your birth. And so let's jump over then to get those cards out real quick here. So we're looking at, first of all, the 9 of Disc. which anyone who's been on the channel here for a period of time is very familiar with this, because we just left this energy and moved into the 10, and I talked about it at length for about a 10-day period, right? And now we're talking about the 10 of Pentacle. And so that's a card that we're all familiar with here on the channel. And then we have the King of Pentacle, which is the... there we go. The Court card that rules the period of time that you're in right now. And just to be clear for everybody how we derive that, we look at this wheel here, and we see that the Knight of Discs, which again in the Thoth system is the King of Pentacle, is the period of time that is ruled right here, right? And then we also have the 9 of Disc as the Deacon, and then we have Virgo as the Major, and each Major is ruled by a particular, or each sign is ruled by a Major, right? And so that's how we derive all that. It's not arbitrary. It's not derived through a random process or a synchronistic process or a spiritual process. This is really just the holographic representation of the as above, so below. And this is a fixed position that does not change. These cards will be your cards throughout your life. So let's drop out the Hermit. And so when somebody asks you what your sign is, you've been saying Virgo, but now you can tell them instead of just Virgo, you can tell them that you are Venus in Virgo. Your energy is the energy of Venus in Virgo. Okay. And so now these 3 cards right here represent, let's get that 10 up there, because that's the period of time that we're in. There we go. Okay. All right, and so you can see the progression here. Let's talk about this first before we begin with your reading. Okay, and now what we're going to be talking about before the reading and your direct question and stuff like that is we're going to be talking about the period of your birth and the energies that were present at that time, and how those manifested in the world, basically the will, your higher will's desire at that point, and the energy that was present at that point. And then we have the, basically the personality that communicated with, the goal that it was looking for in manifesting that will. And we see that as its 3rd card here, okay? And now we apply that, because remember what we talked about it during the tarot talk here. This is an unchanging pattern. This pattern is the matrix by which all of the universe kind of manifests, right? And so now it's our interaction with this that creates these ebbs and flows of these vortices, right? These are all based on the fact that these directions are going opposite each other. And because of these opposite directions, it creates these little ebbs and flows. Now, where do these come from? These come from our interactions with this matrix that does not change, okay? And now, so our interactions that combine with the period of time that we're in, what I'm going to be giving you here is basically a horoscope over the next period of time, and then we're going to get to your question. So, your birth cards relate to the 9 of Pentacle. The 9 of Pentacle is this idea of the rest that comes with the fact that you've done the work. You have a talent, a skill, an ability, and you either have the chance to manifest it or to ignore it, to allow that to be, or to give in to the things that stop that from happening. And if you've been able to get through the stuff that stops us and allow that work to happen, basically get busy and don't let the work suffer, stay true to what you are, you get the luxury of the 9, which is rest, a lack of anxiety, a lack of imposition. She's in her beautiful little world playing with her pretty bird and loving life. Has all this bounty that she just leaves on the bushes. She'll pick them when she needs. It's okay. She's on hippie time. Nobody can bother her because she's calm. And why? Because she earned it. We have the King of Pentacle. And this is a slightly different energy, right? Like if we look at what we're looking at here, in the King of Pentacle, we see a couple of things here with respect to the energies. Like first of all, This whole King of Pentacle, it shifts, it starts, even though it's an earth sign, it starts in fire. And then it moves into his earthness. Now, what does that mean with respect to you right now in this circumstance? Well, what that means is, at the period of your birth at least, is that there is a will that drives that earth. The body, which is earth, is driven by the root chakra. There's a very physicality, a sexuality, a kind of base desire that is communicated physically. And now it starts off flirty, but then turns into love very easily. You have this ability to take that physicality and it turns into love, right? Because we're looking at this Venus right here at the period of your actual birth, which is the period of the 9, right? And so what we're talking about is this idea of the transfer of this fire turning into how you manifest it physically. That includes your communication physically. That includes how you see the world. Trying to see the beauty in everything. Trying to find a way to make it more stable. That would, I guess, explain that we talked about as far as the healing and like your ability to want to do that. Okay? And now we consider that as well with respect to the Hermit. This is the biggie. The Hermit is a period of time where we have an opportunity to grow. And now, I don't mean that in the cliche tarot reader grow. What I mean is that a lot of the reason that we're not growing right now is because we're actually holding ourselves back. We are holding ourselves back by carrying stuff that isn't us and then identifying ourselves in the world by that. And now, when we find ourselves on a path toward wanting truth or connection that's real, there's only one way to do that. Drop the lies. And what we're left with is the truth. That's our real self. And so when we do have a desire, that desire is coming from our authentic self. When we communicate, we're speaking the words of our truth and not the ego tricking us into thinking it's our words. How many times have you said something and went, "What, did I just say that? Like, that's not what I meant." Well, that's because it wasn't you talking. And the ego's tricky. It speaks in our own voice in our head, so be careful. And the way that you drop that is the Hermit, the work of the Hermit. The Hermit has to do some stuff because there is no truth in the light. The light shows us everything, and so we have to decide between what's true and what's lies. And in fact, it's even harder because we only take in a tiny little minute piece of our reality through the 5 senses, right? And so it's really hard to do that. How do we determine the truth from the lies in the light when we don't even know what the truth is? I mean, we take this small piece in and then we got to kind of piece which. It's difficult. But when you do the work of the Hermit, you go into the darkness. And in the darkness, you're forced to use something other than your eyes, right? You can't use your eyes in the dark. They don't work. And now you'll notice that the Hermit is holding a lantern, and that lantern is your inner light. It's the sun, but it's the inner light. And it's a magical lantern that can only shine on the truth, but that's why you can't use it in the light. This lantern shines on the truth only. However, it's drowned out by the light, by everything else. But in the darkness, there is no light to drown it out, and it shines on just the truth. And when you do the work of the Hermit, you achieve something very interesting. Once the light returns, you're naked. You're shed of all the things that you've been carrying, and you can now approach the world physically honest and truthful about what you want and getting it. The light that you shine, that fire, that your new wand, the transformed wand, it gives off a light that draws attention. And what does it draw attention from? People who are attracted to the real you. Your heart begins to be filled with things that are good for you instead of just everything, right? Crowley called it the whore of Babylon, and that's a bold statement. But what he meant by that is that a cup receives anything, willy-nilly, just whatever. Just, I want, please fill it. And so we'll take in things that are even bad for us. And we have to not do that. And instead, we are more discerning about what we allow in when we're in that state of being ourselves through the work of the hermit. And then just by nature of all the rightness, we communicate the truth. And so it sounds lofty and unattainable, and I promise you it's true. And you don't have to do it alone. There are people that can help you. I can't go into the darkness with you, but I can take you there, and I can give you some guidance on what to do when you're inside. Have a blanket ready for when you get out, because you're going to be cold and naked. But you're going to be the real you. And so we can do this. And there is a way to go about that. Now, the 10 is the period that we're in right now. You are in the 9, and then now we're in the 10. You just passed this period, and you've entered this phase of the 10 of Pentacle. What is the 10 of Pentacle? Well, it's a little family. You've got the older person looking at this little scene. The 10 of Pentacles is a powerful card. It's the last card of the tarot, literally. If you did not the divine order, but the numerical order, the 10 of Pentacles is the final card. It's the final destination in the descent down the tree. The tree is the actual thing we're looking at. And the divine takes a trip down the tree until it hits the bottom one there. That bottom one is the 10. It's all the 10s. And the pentacle is the final form of that. There's 4 trees, secret. Spoiler, there's 4 trees, each one representing one of the elements. The higher archetypal world, and so on down until we get to the physical. And the bottom of that tree is that last little fruit dangling, the one with the yellow and the red and the green and the black and that 10 in the middle. And that is the 10 of Pentacle, all the way at the bottom at the end. It's pure absolute completion. And it also shows this in this scene of the families. Sheikah, thanks for popping in. There's a little baby on the bottom looking out on the bottom right with the blue shirt. There's that blue again. And it's looking at us because there's nothing to look back at. It's fresh and new, so it's looking at us. We are it. You're the baby. And then you have the adults that are kind of passing, busy, doing their thing. They're the product of the child, happy. There's no anxiety there, but they have their role. They're busy. They're kind of in passing, can talk. Then you have the person sitting down looking at the scene. And remembering each time that they took on one of those roles. When I was the child, I did this and had that. And when I was the adults. And each one of those moments forms a piece of our personality. Forms a piece of who we think we are. And the beauty of this period of time is that it offers us one of 2 things. Reflection. Somebody in the chat a couple of, maybe a week ago said the word nostalgia, and I think that's a good word. But only under certain circumstances. Nostalgia is the effect of there being a positive connection to a prior experience. In this case, it could be positive or negative, but he's reflecting. Looking at his childhood, looking at the period of time when he was raising his children, looking at the things he created. And are they good or bad? And then the warning, just like the warning in the 9. The warning in the 9, if you don't do the work, is anxiety, is the suffering that comes from the missed opportunity and your knowledge that that opportunity was missed. And then we have the 10, which is the same idea. You can look back in pain and suffering, or you can look back in the joy that you did. You're okay with your decisions. And so that's the period we're in right now, is for you to go into that darkness and to experience the 10, to look back on these moments that formed you and those personality traits so that you can let go of them. And what you're left with is the star, which is, I think the star is it's not just that you're naked, meaning you're not carrying your past with you and you're fresh and new, reborn, so to speak, although I don't like that term. Has a lot of connotations, but you are transformed. And there's a beautiful dichotomy to that, because you transformed into something new, which is what you've always been, which is nothing more than a point of reception, a beautiful, infinite point of reception that was born at the beginning of time, that's at the end of time looking for you to catch up, and you're writing the story in between. Well, careful how you write that story, because the reality here in this situation is that during the 10, it's too late. We're at the bottom. There's no more work to be done. Now you have one choice. There's only one thing you can do when you're at the bottom. Go up. And so now is the trip back up the tree. And that's not going to start until the work of the Hermit's complete. Okay? So that's your horoscope for the next period of time. So let's get to your reading. And let's take a look at maybe how some of these influences, not only what's occurring right now, but also, let's keep that 10 up. But also, with respect to maybe taking a look at your situation here and how we can better navigate. Because the goal here is to, at all costs, recognize that suffering is going to occur. The real universe is not warm and fuzzy bunnies that just enjoy goodness and happy, and that there's no pain. That's not real. And so the best we can do is avoid as much suffering as possible, reduce it as much as possible. In you and I, together we can do that for each other and for everyone. And so whenever we're able to, then that's always better, right? You're quite welcome. So let's look at your question now. Let's get to the heart of what we're asking. Right, does he want to communicate? COVID messed up an opportunity for you guys to get together and he was a little bit short. Let's take a look at the motivations there. I'm considering a couple of spreads here, actually. This is the Astro spread. And I don't know if this is 100% what you're looking for. I think that more appropriately a Celtic cross might work. Because what we're looking at here is a specific situation. And the Celtic cross is good for a specific situation. Or we could also do, there's a couple of other readings. There's, for instance, the Soul Talk reading, which I have one that's a general reading with respect to like a global kind of energy. But the Soul Talk is an idea of the knowledge that our soul is always talking and it's hard to hear. Similar to the work of the Hermit in the darkness. We can't hear our soul with our ears, but we can hear it. And so, and it's always talking and it knows what we're supposed to be doing. And so what we do is we essentially ask, hey soul, here's this thing that I want to talk about. Is this my ego? Is it my body? Is it my mind? Who wants this thing? And how do I achieve it if it's right? And your soul will answer. And so this is a great reading as well. Then there's the mind, body, soul reading, which is really an idea of this is more individual on the mind, body, soul, but it gives us insight on how to improve a communication, a connection. So I'm going to go with the mind, body, soul. And in the meantime, I'm just going to shuffle this while we consider the question. Actually, let me do this really quickly as well. Before I begin. I want to take a screenshot of this right here so that you can reference this image. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. And so we're going to do a mind, body, and soul reading. Now, I do these on my channel. You'll see them up anyway right now for tomorrow. But that is an abridged version of that reading. What you're going to see here now is the real version. This is a spread I developed over literally decades of reading tarot, almost 40 years. And this is an effective tool for looking at the dynamics of a connection. And what is the influence of that connection from the mind, body, and soul's perspective, right? From the pentacle, the sword, you know. And because the idea here is to have the cup filled with the appropriate energy. And so that's what we're trying to get to the heart of here. Because communication back and forth and what is created from a product of the communication of those two people is what's going to fill that cup. Because what are connections? Like ultimately, what is a connection? But the Two of Cup. The Two of Cup, people think that the Lovers is the card of connections. It's not. The card of connections is the Two of Cups. And so let me show you what that looks like. And you can either agree or disagree with that. Right? That's love. Now, what are we filling that cup with that we're offering to the other person? That's what we're talking about answering here. So, so you'll notice on my pricing here, 1, 3, and full spread, whatever. Typically, the mind, body, soul is a 3-card spread with 2 people, but that's not the actual spread. That's the one I put up for the short form. And so people who are familiar with this from watching the videos, this is a different version. It's a little bit bigger. There's 3 cards per, and so forth. So it's a lot more in depth. Okay. This is you in the connection. This is them in the connection. This is your mind. What are you contributing to the circumstance mentally? What are you contributing to the circumstance physically? What is your higher self contributing to the circumstance? And so we have the mind, body, and soul. Now, you'll have to pardon the fact that I don't have a lot of space to do my readings. I was suddenly stricken with an intense compulsion to share this knowledge after years of debating whether or not I was ready, whether I had the wherewithal and so forth. And it took a little bit of a lot of energy to get it done. And then finally there was this moment where the time is right, and I just dove in, ran full speed, set everything up, and so I was not even really necessarily prepared to do this, but I have been, and so and I'm kind of polishing it up as I go and getting more familiar with the process as I go. But I have a very limited amount of space to actually do readings, and so I'm going to be moving things around. But to be clear, again, we'll make sure that you have appropriate screenshots of everything, and you can always, I encourage highly, obviously, go back to the video and can watch the video. Watch it back. So first we're going to start with you. And what we're talking about with this pile here is the idea of the influences around your circumstance, where you're coming from, and what is the trajectory of your current, if we combine these different parts of ourselves, the mind, body, soul, emotion, all this is connected. Like, what is the trajectory of that? Okay. Let's put this is you. And what we're seeing here, Three of Sword, probably the most iconic image in the tarot, the Sun, and then the High Priestess. What we're referring to here is within the confines of this connection, you and this person, that's all we're talking about right now. It's the idea of the Three of Sword is where you're coming from in this situation. Where you're coming from is a place of past suffering. And it affected the way you view the world. Your heart got damaged. And these are mental. This is the important thing here about the Three of Sword that people mistake all the time because it has a heart on it. They figure, okay, well, it just refers to the heart being damaged, and that's the outer meaning. The more specific is that the damage, the weapon of that damage were words. The weapon of that damage is your mind talking to yourself and somebody else. And so within the confines of this conversation, the Three of Swords is the idea of communication coming from a bad place and it hurt you. The Sun is very interesting. The Sun refers to several things, but I'm just going to jump right to the super secret inner hidden meaning of the Sun. Any occultist in the room, here's the super secret inner meaning. The Sun covers the genitals. If you look at the Fool card of the Thoth Tarot, it's perfect. Do I have a Thoth handy? Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about here, because that's a weird thing. Like, what is he talking about? The Sun covering his penis? And what that means is very profound. And so, I'll show you what it means. Sorry, give me a moment. I promise it's relevant. And watch it be on top. Nope. Okay, good. I'm one of those. Once you're looking for a card and you get past halfway, you're like, man, is it first? Okay, this is the Fool. This is the Fool and the Thoth. This is Crowley's masterpiece. All kinds of symbolism. He's in this ecstatic state. You know, he's holding the tools. All kinds of stuff. I'm not going to get into all of it, but look in the nethers. This is the root of the wand. This is the place that energy comes from. Base desire, root chakra, all these things. Red, fire, all these things. It's covered by the Sun. It's hard to see, but there's rays emanating, and that's the Sun emanating from that spot. Okay. Now, that's a very deep occult secret, and what that refers to is the fact that the Sun, you may have even heard this if you've talked to other tarot readers that read the little white book and don't know the why, but they spit this out. The Sun is not always happy, right? It's not achievable. It's like there's a wall between you and the Sun, right? And so you'll see that there's that red wall. The two babies are dancing happy and joyful, and they're doing their thing, and then there's this thing blocking you from approaching. So there's this indication, there's an implication, there's this idea that the Sun is never actually attainable. But more important than that is this sort of deep occult secret, which is the fact that the Sun covers the genitals. What does that mean? That means that there's parts of you that are being drowned out by the light that you're ignoring. And that is your base desire. The thing, your will is being confused, drowned out. And by what? By these three swords. But now more important than that is what is the trajectory? Remember I asked that question of this spread. What is the trajectory currently of this with respect to this connection? And what we see here is the High Priestess. The High Priestess it's a major arcana. All right, it doesn't have a suit or anything. And she refers to the intuitive feminine energy. There's two feminine energies. The intuitive one, and then there's the nurturer, the mom. There's the mom, and then there's the spiritual one. One vessel is filled with milk and one is filled with blood. But that's a different, it's not what you think, but basically it's the idea of life through suffering and learning through that, and life through nourishing others. And she has both. She does both. She gives milk and blood. She nourishes as well as suffering. So that said, what this is getting at is the fact that the light from the sun, there is no truth, right? It's kind of full circle back to the hermit. Is the idea when you find yourself in this position of the Three of Sword and then the sun, is like you need to recognize that this isn't going to shine any truth on anything, and you need to just find your own inner light. The High Priestess, though, is that realized. Like, the High Priestess is in a state of power spiritually. And it puts her in a position of being able to come from a place of kind of a give and take. Let's look at him. Actually, no. I'm going to pause and ask if you have any questions first. So let me turn that around. Do you have any questions so far? I know that was a lot. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is okay, good. I'm going to combine, just for the sake of consolidating the space here. I'm just wondering which one I want to keep out on top. Which one do you think I should put on top? Should I put the where you're going, or where you are? Where you're coming from isn't as relevant to me, because we know now what we need to work on. We understand the lesson of the sword, right? Or of the sun. Were you clear on the lesson of the sun here? Because if you are, then I'm just going to put the High Priestess on top and look at this as the energy that we're trying to manifest. This is not yet manifested. This does not exist. It can exist through doing the work of this idea of the recognizing what the sun is. Okay, great. So we're on the same page. Let's look at him. So, we have the airy part of air, which we're going to talk about in a second, right? And let's actually just lay the whole thing out. I guess we should zoom in. And what we're going to do here is okay. The star is the product. The star is the result of doing the work of the hermit. Meaning that that's what you are once you've shed all the stuff, right? I've talked about that before. The Six of Sword we'll get to in a sec, because that's kind of like where he's leading. It's the same idea with you, just with respect to him. Where he's coming from is the idea of the watery part, or the earthy part of water. What does the earthy part of water mean? Well, it means the physical part of emotion. Representing your emotion physically. Representing your physicality emotionally. This is the kind of person that is a overreactor with respect to this is a person that's affected deeply by too much noise, too much input. emotional. And what I mean by emotional is prone to like, not necessarily outburst, but like pretty heavy peaks. The peaks are heavy, good and bad, right? However, where they are right now is this interesting place, right? The star is the idea of somebody that's kind of in a spiritual, like they're looking at the 7 here. The star is interesting because it refers to, similar to what we talked about maybe in a prior reading with the when the Emperor popped up, is this idea of agency. And what the star, though, refers to is that agency exists. Now, this also can refer, however, to... because there's 2 meanings to every card, right? And I don't do reversed meanings because it refers to the context rather than the reversal. Reversals aren't necessary in my particular technique. That doesn't mean that they're not necessary for everyone, and they do work for some people. But there's the just like we talked about with the 10 is either like this joy of looking back at all the great stuff, and now you're in a position of sharing that wisdom, or the disappointment of the fact that you failed. There's the same idea with respect to the star here. The star does refer to the self before all the nonsense, the things that we carry, shed, and the thing that we actually are. But it could also refer to the idea of kind of being focusing too much on that and missing the world. We still have to interface with reality, meaning that this person's in their own world. There's a selfishness that can come from that when, and it's not it's not like they're a selfish person. That's not what I mean. But what this means is that they're overcome sometimes. The Princess of Cup is, if you get the reference, Vulcan. They're, Vulcans, they people say, like, for instance, they have, like Spock, right? They have no emotion. That's not true. They have too much emotion. So much, in fact, if they allow it out, it would hurt them. And so they develop this technique of being, like, all logical and turning off my left brain and all this. And so, long story short, the reality is that this person is very overcome by emotion, and as such is in this kind of state of, like, being in their own world to cope. Now, what we have here at the 6 of Cups, this is the future card, or the 6 of Sword, rather. It's the airy part of air, Mercury and Aquarius. All right, so just think about Mercury and Aquarius for a minute. Earned success is not a bad card, or not a bad word for this. And I might have popped it up before. I don't recall if I popped it up. Movement, motion, packing up and going. But also, this is an important dynamic here, packing up swords, packing up mental ideas. Now, there's also 2 people going with them. So this is this idea of enrolling in these ideas and then going off to make them happen. Okay? Some people can see this as entrepreneurship, right? Like, it's getting to the point where you're like, you know what? I'm taking my ideas and I'm going to go off and I'm going to show the world my ideas and we're going to go build this together. And now there's a warning and a lesson in it, in the fact that, like, for instance, you'll notice, where's my hand here? You'll notice that the woman is kind of wrapped up. And there's almost like she's not 100% sold on it, but she's gone with him. The kid has no choice. So you get the gist here. There's this idea of this compulsion to want to share your ideas and willing to kind of go out and do the work to do that, even if the other people aren't 100% with you, but you'll enroll them anyway. Him, we're talking about. And so now, just to be clear within the context here, he's coming from a place of severe emotional distress that has led to this coping mechanism of kind of being in his own world and seeing anything that gets in the way of that as potentially, like, I don't know. And so emotionally, he's so confused that it's this idea of kind of like taking all of your bundle of your different conspiracy theories, like each sword, or your different modalities, maybe even seems like contradictory sometimes, even in the things he'll claim he believes. With respect to you, this is with respect to your connection here. And so he might be throwing off different signals, or might be, communicating in an odd way, and that's because of this emotional state and the fact that the star has been the coping mechanism, and because of that, that's not always conducive to communication. So what I'm going to do is use, well, first of all, let me pause and ask if you have any questions. I should stop drinking coffee. It's 5 a.m. where I live, and I need to go to sleep at some point. But any clarification on anything that we talked about so far? Otherwise, I'm going to move forward with your mind, body, and soul, and how and what dynamics that's bringing into this circumstance. Okay. So I'm going to keep the star on top. This is where you're going to be. This is where he is now. Just to clarify, remember, because the 6 was the third card. Okay. And you'll be able to see that when you go back in the video, but basically, let's just move these over and get these in context. The visual cues matter when you go back, so I want to make sure it's lined up properly. This is your mind, and the mind's influence on this circumstance. Okay? The fiery part of Earth. What does that mean? So, 8 of discs, Knight of discs, which is equivalent to the King, and the 5 of wands. This refers to, it's Earth, but it is the fiery part of Earth. So what we're talking about is representing the will physically manifested. And the 8 of discs refers to growth. The 8 of discs refers to, and again, we're talking about your mental state and how it refers to this connection. As you became more popular, as you became more an object that he was willing to and eager to and interested in pursuing, you were put in a position of having to take more on mentally. And so that can not always be an easy situation if you're not prepared for it, right? If you're just walking into the situation thinking, oh, here's somebody that I have compatible with or attracted to, or we have some things in common and I want to explore that a little further, that's great. But then you get into the situation and you're like, wait a minute, this guy's got baggage, and now I have to kind of start taking on all this mental energy just to navigate the communication, because if I say this, he'll be upset, or if I word it this way, it'll cause issues. And so that's this 5 of wands. The 5 of wands, and if you'd like, I can also pop up the Rider version of the 5 of wand here. Okay, because what we're referring to in the 5 of wand is this idea of like the battle. And the battle is the idea of vying for status. That's what this is. It's not a fight. These are children, right? They're little kids. And what are they doing? They're learning how to play with their toys. They're learning their body. They're learning to figure out. And what are the wands? Our will. So this is us kind of playing with the things that we think we want. One of them's going to win. The term they use here is strife, and it refers to Saturn in Leo, which is essentially the airy part of fire. So it's the will manifested mentally. Okay? That's what this card refers to, and this is it here in the Rider-Waite, this version right here. And so, and then finally we have the Knight of Disc, which is an Earth card, but it's the fiery part of Earth, which is again the body manifested through base desire. You used your physicality as part of this connection, and it was successful, but it's not sustainable. He would hang up on me and go days with no contact, even though he lives close by. I'm just like, why can't we talk things out? Right, well, because he's in this sort of like, wrong one, that's the one. He's in this star state. You're in the state of the priestess, he's in the state of the star right now. Well, you're actually in the state of the sun. Okay, and what this is referring to the fact that you are blinded. And that makes a lot of sense. But so you'll see here the physicality that you used in order to communicate with him was a mental game, right? And it wasn't sustainable. And so what we're looking at here with the King of Pentacle was that you sort of manifested the wrong thing, because you wound up turning it into a game of you trying to take on the thing that he's giving you. You can't fix him. It's not possible. Fixing a man is a fool's errand. And actually, I don't know. Is that the card I want to put on top? This is your mental state. You're using your wand to communicate what it is you want out of the relationship. And that's not going to work. That's the mental state that you're in. Well, that's not the mental state that you're in. I'm sorry. That is the mental state that you are contributing to the connection. That's more accurate. Okay. So now let's look at the body. Same thing, but from the perspective of your body. Your physical approach to the connection. The thing that you're projecting that you want to physically manifest. The way you move, the way you touch, or don't. Also refers to your physical demeanor. Too. Some people come off very aggressive physically, some people come off very passive physically, some people come off kind of in between where they're magnanimous and want everyone to be happy, and so they will physically carry someone's groceries, like whatever the case may be, lend money indiscriminately or whatever the case may be. So, but what we have here, and again, this is with respect to the connection of you two, this is your physical contribution. And what we see here is you're coming from a state of the Hierophant, which is the old way of thinking. The Hierophant is the institution. The lies told openly. But the fact, though, is the problem is that works. It's like, it works. It satisfies enough for you to not be seeking any longer. That's why religion is so effective. It's not the actual answer, but it's enough to get you to stop asking questions. That's the lie told openly. That's the outer order. And now that also refers to, again, the institution. It's like the thing that we were taught, so we'd go with that. We don't really interrogate the possibility that there may be a different way, and so we just go with the way it is, right? And again, this is physical we're talking about. Then we have now the Seven of Swords, which is kind of like where you are now in the circumstance. Then we have here the Moon, which is again sort of like, what is the direction of this manifesting physically and those influences in your life? The Seven of Swords, we have the Moon in Aquarius, which is It is an air or mental card, but it's the earthy part of air. I mean, again, here we are with that body. There's physicality all over this relationship. It almost seems like that the two of you need to recognize the fact that the base for this relationship happening was more physical than you want to believe. And when that is the basis for the relationship, when the honeymoon's over, there's nothing for it to stand on, right? And here, just again for the sake of let me move that over so it's next to it for context. Okay, because what we're referring to here is the 7. Okay. Now the person is sneaking away, right? They're sneaking away. They're stealing. There's a dishonesty. That's the outer order. The inner order kind of meaning here is the fact that they don't value the swords. There's no value in the swords, meaning that the idea is that physically you don't really attach to anything. You can kind of take it or leave it. This person is even, not only are they stealing them, but they're leaving a couple behind, like they don't even, like it doesn't even matter. Like they could carry more and then choose not to. Because it's not the act. The act isn't about stealing it because it's valuable. It's the act of the game. It's a game. There's a game being played here, physically. Somebody is using their body in order to manipulate somebody else's mind. And then we have the moon. The moon is interesting too, because the moon, when it comes to the idea of the body, this is very deep and profound when it comes to spiritual work. Super heavy. Watched yesterday's stream. Or 2 streams back with respect to the hermit and doing the work of the hermit. But the idea of the moon, oh yeah, the name of the video is The Moon is Calling, right? And that's a call you don't want to put through to voicemail. But the idea here is that this is the moon in the physical, and what that means is feminine energy. But not, this is feminine energy. And it's pure form, the high priestess. This is feminine energy with respect to the idea of the nourisher and the sufferer, the giver of blood and the giver of milk. This is the feminine energy that is a little more on the broader form and term of that. And so what I keep seeing over and over again here is the idea that this was a physical relationship, not a spiritual one. And it doesn't just mean what everybody thinks that means. It just means the idea that you had a necessity that was going to be satisfied. So it could be a self-esteem issue, or it could be an issue of there being, as far as these swords are concerned, you, not him, you are contributing this 7 of Sword. I'm going to leave the Hierophant on top. The old way of thinking. There's something that you've done over and over again, and it's worked for you over and over again, but this time it's not. I'm going to pause and ask you if you have any questions. Let me just pause, because I'm about to move to the 3rd pile, but before I do that, do you have any questions about what we talked about? Okay. So now the 3rd thing we're going to be looking into is the same thing, but from the perspective of the spirit. What is your spirit trying to say to you about this connection that you're not able to hear because of the din of the world drowning it out? The chatter of our friends and family, our inner voice that lies to us, the ego, right? To try to get us to do what it wants instead of what we want. And then fools us into thinking it's what we want. Justice. I love his rendition of that. The ballerina. What your spirit wants you to know about the truth about where you're coming from in the situation. If this is the truth you think you're coming from mentally, this is the truth you're actually coming from. Well, okay, well, you know what? I don't think he took it, he thought you were serious either, because you came off physically. Like, you kept communicating that. And even though everyone thinks that's what men want, and obviously we do, it's not the only thing we want. It's not the first thing we want. But and so if that's the thing we think is the basis of the relationship, we automatically are in a place, like already see it as transient. So where you're coming from is the completed work. Where you're coming from in the circumstance is feeling like you had something he could... Again, it's this like fix-it idea. You were playing a game. I'm sorry. I just have to call it out. It seems like there's this concept that you felt like maybe it was a lack of self-esteem at the moment, or something had occurred in your life where you needed to feel empowered, and you felt a connection with this person to the degree that you felt like you could fix something, motivate him, in some way to make that connection where that you would ultimately be empowered in it. It was almost like a power play internally where I'm going to make them feel good because that's going to make me feel good. And you've done that before, and it's worked for you before. But what wound up happening here is you bumped into somebody that actually did not have that necessity, but you thought that they did, and so it blew up in your face. What your spirit is trying to tell you is the Three of Wand. And the Three of Wand is the idea of, it's the different than the Two of Wand waiting. The Two of Wand waiting is waiting for an individual. The Three of Wand is saying, no. This is not a time for one-on-one love. This is a time for group enrollment. This is the time for you to have this idea, this journey, and for you to bring friends along, not a single love. And when you do that, love comes. It might even be one of those two people. Or it might even be somebody that you haven't met yet along that journey, but the journey won't start until you stop waiting. And essentially what this is referring to here is the message of people want what you have. You've put that out there, and now there's these people that you're waiting to come with you on this journey. But it's a different energy than the two, which is kind of like you are using them as the fuel for the reason to take that journey. In the case of the three, you have that on your own. That's what the Aries means, by the way. It's the Sun in Aries. That's what the Aries means, is that the strength to make this journey is internal, and others are going to want to be with you. You can enroll them because they're going to want to be part of that, as opposed to not going until they come with you and being stuck in that, right? Look at the wand and the two. You're holding the one, but the other one is actually stuck in a little ring. It could be there forever. Whereas in this one, they're balanced, and there's two other people that are going to come and take this journey with you. So it is a transient period, but it's a good one. But more importantly, this is the voice of your soul. This is all fire saying, no, it's time to act. But not one-on-one. There needs to be this idea of the balance here. We all know what justice means, so I won't pop it up. It's the idea of the universe is a zero-sum game. For every dollar you give, you took it from somebody else. For every dollar you take, is because it's meant for somewhere else. For every injustice, there is a justice to fill that. For every hole, there is something to level it out. When the universe spoke itself into existence, the first thing that was born were the planets. A lot of people think it was this space happened and then planets formed in space. Nope. The planets happened. The divine will of the universe was to create. And that will happened in the form of the planets occurring. Boom, boom, boom. I don't mean the physical ones, right? This is metaphor I'm speaking of, but no, what I'm saying is literally true. And the planets were born. And now in that moment, because they were manifested, space existed at the same exact moment in order to contain it, right? And so that's the idea of how manifestation works. That's the order of operations of manifestation. The planets came first. And so what we're talking about in this idea, the lesson that's supposed to be here, is that the balance refers to the fact that you kind of need to put out there what it is that you're trying to manifest and get out of the way of how and where that happens. That's going to happen as a side effect of you allowing it to be created. And most important in this is that it's not one-on-one right now. Your spirit is telling you he's not the one. And if he is the one, it's not in a love relationship, and that you should probably get together with some other people towards some particular goal, because there is a good connection with you and him, just not in love. Can there be? Yeah, but it's going to require a little bit of some stuff to happen for that to happen. And he's not in a position to really receive that, being so distracted by his own personal stuff, which is very intense. And you are looking forward to being in this position of the high priest. This has not occurred yet, but it will. And the high priestess is a position of a female guide. Somebody that's in a position of balance so that they're able to channel truth and provide it to others as nourishment. That's the position I'm in right now. I have taken on that role during this reading. So that's where you're going to be, and that's going to be including these other people, these other three people. That's the message from your spirit with respect to this connection. The message from your spirit with respect to this connection is he's probably not the one. If you do want the connection, that connection can happen, but not alone and not in love. There's others as well as him enrolled in this connection, and the goal of that connection is not you two being in love, but rather spreading the product to others. And not just the two of you. There's a third and a fourth. There's like a group involved in this circumstance here, okay? I'm going to ask you if you have any questions, and if not, I'm going to pull one more card, and that card is going to be the overall general kind of action that you should take next. What is the thing you should do now, today, tomorrow, to move you toward your truth? So I'm going to pause, ask that question. Is there anything you want me to elaborate on or to clarify? If not, I'm going to pull the last card. And that will be, what should you do right now, today, tomorrow, to move you towards your truth? Okay. What I'm going to do then, I'm leaving spirit on top. This is your mind, body, spirit as one card. This is them in the connection. Okay. I'm going to leave that on top for them, because that's really ultimately what we're talking about here. And then for you, I'm going to leave the high priestess on top, because that's where you're headed. The question is what's going to get you there, and we're about to find out. All right, let's build some suspense. So, what I'm going to take here is the lesson from your spirit of the balance, the sharing of this experience with more than one person, the fact that this person has a lot of stuff that needs to be done, and I would encourage that you invite them to seek help. And also, please stick around for the beautiful soul, which I'm going to be wrapping up with tonight. And there's information in the description of this video as well for people who need help. And I'll even offer myself to that as well if he just wants to have a conversation. Tell him you bought him a tarot reading. Okay? And now, incidentally, shameless plug, if you buy a reading from somebody else, it's half price. But that said, though, what we have here is what you're going to become through this. And so I'm going to leave that on top, okay? And then finally, what should you do next, today, tomorrow, to get you toward achieving the High Priestess? Anyone want to guess what the card is? Let's just throw it out there. I happen to have accidentally peeked at it, so I know what it is. That's why I'm playing this little game. It's a major, and it's a biggie referred to transformation. Don't be afraid. Well, that's funny. Sometimes, you know, it has to affect your life in a way that you perceive as negative before you'll take action. And so he's in that state of like, you know, yeah, death. And look at his depiction of that too, with the lawnmower and the whole thing. And we'll get to what it means in a sec. It's a great card, but yeah, he's focused on work and not getting help, because the fact is he doesn't realize that he doesn't have to be this way, and more importantly, he doesn't realize that the fact that he's not happy doesn't need to maintain that. He could have joy if he allowed it, but the fact is that it's not bad enough for him to do anything about, but not good enough to be happy, and that's a shitty spot to be in, right? And what we're talking about here for you, the thing you should do right now, today, tomorrow, in order that you can find your truth, is die. Daily. Die every moment. Die every day. And I talk about this all the time. What is the idea of death? It's the alchemical process of solve et coagula. It's destroy and rebuild. Destroy and rebuild. Now, how do you do that? Through the work of the hermit. The hermit is the work that is necessary for transformation. And so how cool that the spirit card that's trying to tell you what you're supposed to do right now to achieve High Priestess, which is the state of being in total balance with yourself, and to enroll others in that process. Is to die. And what does that mean? That means to shed yourself of this crap that you're carrying, your past, the thing that motivated you to approach this situation physically rather than authentically. You know, and look what happened. But anyway, though, there's an interesting dynamic here as well in this card, the way he pictured it, because death refers to Scorpio, okay, as far as the signs are concerned. And so the scorpion is here, right? And then we have the figure of death, right? And he's chopping up the people into pieces so that they can be reformed into something else. That's the state of transformation. But then we have the snake. And what's the snake? That snake is it refers to a very interesting astrological connection, right? Let's look at the wheel here. Oh, actually, I guess I ran out of undos. So what we're going to do here is look at the period of time between Sagittarius and Scorpio. Okay, and there's, you know, what that means is, essentially, is that if you are facing east and the sun rose, when the sun hit the ecliptic and you were looking out east at that period of time, Sagittarius rose in the sky, right? The actual constellation. So if you were, you know, facing east, you would see the constellation of Sagittarius at sunrise. And then also Scorpio. That's what that means, right? I mean, with respect to the sun signs and these things, that's the actual what this is referring to. So now this is referring to the period of time of Scorpio. Here we go. But there's another constellation that actually overlaps that ecliptic at the same time. So you have Scorpio and then Sagittarius, and as the wheel moves, you move through each one. There's another one called Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus is actually a very large snake type constellation that overlaps with Scorpio and Sagittarius, and it influences them both. Ophiuchus did not get, it's the 13th sign, and it appears here as and it's the idea of the opposite version of Aquarius, and there's some very heavy occult symbolism in there. A lot of Sagittarians are Ophiuchans and don't realize it. A lot of Scorpios are Ophiuchans and don't realize it. And it does refer to a different type of that transition into the darkness. This is the product of the work for the Hermit. And this is what you're being asked to do. Okay? If you need help with that, let me know. You can contact me at this number. Text, email, WhatsApp, direct message, find a way. And we can talk about that transformation process. It's very powerful, and it's something that we do anyway. You're doing it anyway, right? Sharifa, how's it going? Please do that. Yeah, please do. Yep, and actually, that's an interesting subject that I'm going to get to. I'm glad that you popped on. I'm actually just wrapping up with Sarah here in a moment, and then we'll get to that. Because she's privy to that as well. There's anyone who is privy to the incense promotion. I'm getting the list together now, and it's going to be going out over the next day or so. You know, as you guys might be aware, my Sundays are crazy. And so I was hoping to get it done today. It didn't happen, and I apologize. But so definitely do that, because I am developing the list. And then what I'm going to wind up doing is sending a message to everybody. And so if you do feel like that you're on that list and I don't get to you for whatever reason, please let me know, because everything's here and ready. I've got my the baggies are ready to put the incense in. And I even have some other cute little thingies that I might be dropping in there as little thank yous to, on a more personal note, to everybody that's been gracious enough to listen to me for an hour before I start my readings every day. And if you haven't, I encourage you to check the streams when I first start. There's always some good stuff in there. Okay, and so Sarah, keep in touch. And again, if you want me to work with him, I'm happy to do that. And it's even just an excuse to kind of get to the core of maybe a different perspective, and then kind of fool somebody into, you know, looking at themselves. Trick them into looking in the mirror. And that can really open up a lot of communication. But keep in mind here, again, over and over again, he's not the one for love, but there is a connection here that can be maintained if you'd like. But what's more important now is that you have this desire to manifest and to bring others with you, to enroll more than one, okay? So thank you, I appreciate that. I really do. And so now it's 5:30 in the morning, and I've been on for 4 hours. And so I'm going to wind the evening down and close the list. It would be really unfair for me to do a reading for anybody right now, to be honest. And so is there anybody I didn't get to tonight? Again, you can simply put your month and day of birth in the description of this video, or in the comments rather. We'll see who takes it. I do answer them, and they're in depth. I don't just put up a little cut and paste. This is my words, and so it's really an important tool if you allow it. And so if I'm not able to get to you on a live stream, I am available for private readings. And otherwise, I will give you your free message if you put your information in the description. Or, sorry, in the comments. That's what I mean about being tired. It's, 5:30 a.m. I've been on for 4 hours. So that said, we covered a couple of subjects here tonight that... not only from the sword part of the tarot, the mental application, but also from the respect of the soul part. And so we covered the sword and we covered the wand, but now I want to end the evening with the cup. And the goal of the Beautiful Soul segment is to discuss individuals who are walking the walk, who are in the tarot community or something along those lines. But every once in a while I get sort of divinely inspired, and I have some personal clients that I work with that are going through some pretty heavy stuff. I bumped into a couple of things here on the stream that are very similar in that vein of what I'm about to talk about. And it's touched my own life and the lives of a lot of other people. And so the Beautiful Soul for today might surprise some of you. Now, the title of it is Abusers, Enemies, and Sleepers. And these are 3 different types of people that I wanted to highlight. The abuser is somebody who's willingly hurting you through their actions, but not intentionally. The enemy is willingly hurting you intentionally. And then the sleeper are these people that we can't wake up no matter how hard we try, that's stuck on this weird way of thinking, that's causing pain in themselves and your life, is not allowing communication to take place and love to take place, and they're in this, they're stuck. And so what I wanted to do is to use the tarot to kind of tell you a little quick story. This is the story of who you really are. This is the story of your creation and your place in this world. And what that always is really just this, I call it all the time, I say it over and over, soul talk. Aleister Crowley called it the conversation with the Holy Guardian Angel. Conversation, talk. The Holy Guardian Angel, your soul. Soul talk. And what we're talking about is the higher self and the lower self. The wand and the pentacle. The wand is the soul, the pentacle is our body, and it's this ratio, the interplay of those, that determines our behavior, our identity, our interface with our reality, the way we communicate with people, like kind of like where we're coming from. Pardon me. The flame hit the side of the candle and it cracked the glass. You'll see my candle cracked. crack on the truth. And so there's always this sort of like dynamic between our soul and our body, and that is a very big part of how we manifest. And now, most of the time we identify with one or the other, and like I mentioned before, 99.9 with a line minus 1% of the time we just walk in. It is a sign, right? We walk in pentacle. We ignore the voice. We can't hear it. It gets drowned out, and we're not even aware of the fact that we have an opportunity to fix that we could actually repair that. And how do we do that? How do we quiet the mind? How do we find this place where we can understand this connection and help facilitate it? What can we do to help facilitate it? Well, one of the ways that we can do that is by being receptive. What the symbol of the cup here is the idea of reception. And what are we going to receive? Well, we receive the will of our higher self. This is a picture of the installation of the will of the higher self into the heart. And now that doesn't happen automatically. It happens through our desire to do so, but it has to be processed through the brain. So rather than the sword being up, which is this is what I want, we put the sword down and we allow it to merge with our heart. And so our mind and heart are talking the same language. We are, instead of using the sword to think on how do I get what I want, we use the sword to process what I'm actually feeling. What do I feel? Because once I know that, what I want will become more clear and authentic. And so my actions, my method of communication, my decisions are all going to be geared toward finding the authentic thing that I want to manifest, instead of this other game, this mental game that doesn't serve us. Now, this balance in the middle that we talk about here between the sword and the cup, it's a very beautiful picture of the sword turned upside down. It's an image that we've seen maybe in witchcraft, if you're familiar, right? And one of the ways that we can talk about this is temperance. So temperance is another way to mention balancing. Those two cups, each one represents one of those energies, and that thing in the middle is the heart, the life force. And we can let it build if we do it properly. Okay? Now, the Ace of Pentacles is the body. And we have another card to represent that. And this is part of this conversation between our higher and lower self. The body, another word, is the devil, basically. The idea of identifying with our base desire. And that identity being how we communicate with the world. And of course, the chains are loose and can be lifted. The devil can only affect our mind, the sword. And so we have to really be careful there. Now, the will, the true will, the higher self, can also be looked at a different card here, and that's the star. The star is us shed of all the nonsense, including all the negative mental activity that leads us to suffering, and the devil leads us to compulsion, leads us to addiction, leads us to behavior that's not becoming, like focusing on our physical body when we're trying to communicate. Yeah, I'm talking to you. And then instead we're in this place of knowing ourselves, and there being this balance to where we take the state of the temperance, and now there is bounty. Give some to the water, give some to the land, and we're balanced in the middle of that. And we could even walk on water. In temperance, the foot is in the water. In the star, it's over it. And there's some other symbolism here which is out of the scope of this, but you get the gist. Now, how do we do this work? The Tower. What is the Tower? The Tower is the idea of the dissolution of self, dying daily, like I talked about with my cup in the beginning of the readings portion of the stream. It's through the tower that ourselves is dissolved, destroyed. And when we come out the other end, we come out as ourselves. And one of the things that's also destroyed is the things that we carry that keep us in the devil's lair, that stop us from recognizing that we can take that chain off. Those all disappear. And what we're left with when we can do that balance is just our normal self that has always been. And it's essentially the union of these elements as one being. All the four elements together in space as one perfected being, which is ourselves, which is the thing we are right now. This is what we actually are right now. Not at the end of the work, not at the beginning. This is what we are right now. And we're being clouded and don't realize. And if we can do the work, we find ourselves in the state of the star. Okay? So that's the number one. Now, what does this have to do with abusers, enemies, and sleepers? Well, this is who you actually are. And now the problem here is that most of us, most of the time, are stuck in this devil because we don't realize. We can't hear our soul talk. We don't know the voice of our soul. And so we get caught up in the devil, and it informs us. It tricks us into thinking that those are our thoughts when they're not. And it's not easy. We've all been there to get out of that place when we're there. Now, what does this have to do with the abusers? Well, they're just like us. Even the people who are hurting us are beautiful, infinite points of reception and light and love that are being clouded by the devil. They're stuck in the pentacle. They don't see the wand. They can't hear it. Their sword is up. And so they're stuck in the devil. And they're afraid of the tower. Every time they see it, they run away. They don't even see the world as a possibility. They don't even see this as a possible end for them, when the reality is that's actually who they already are. The person who beat you when you were a child, the person who raped you, the person who tells you horrible things. These people who find themselves in such pain that they just want to watch the world burn are actually points of beauty, of love, that are just clouded by this devil, which is yourself. And so what we can do is look at this not as the exchange of our true will and our body back and forth, and how do we best find this balance. This is the idea of them being the pentacle, and we have to recognize that that's what it is. And we have to be the wand. And we have to help facilitate this energy in the middle of this exchange. We have to be open to who they are and love them anyway. And recognize that sword will turn upside down when it's ready, and that might be never. And that's okay. And this leads to something that's very powerful. That's true forgiveness. I'm coming from a place of experience. This isn't something I read in a book. I've been through some stuff. We've all been through stuff. I'm going through stuff. A lot of us are. And you have to forgive. And you can't fake that. You can't fake forgiveness. It either you feel it in your heart or you don't. Now, that doesn't justify their behavior. This doesn't justify allowing them to do it to somebody else or just walking away. But what we are doing is saying you recognize why they're acting the way that they are. They don't have the power to find the balance. They're afraid to do the work. And so these aren't even possible to them. They don't even see that as a possibility. Now, does that mean that you should get bit by a dog and then try to pet the dog again? Oh, well, I understand that the dog's coming from a bad place and go, but no, he's going to bite you. Again, every time he's going to bite you. So that doesn't mean you go, and bring them back in your life, but you forgive the dog for recognizing that he's just broken and needs help. And for whatever reason, you're not in a position, or you're not meant to, or you're not destined to participate in that healing, at least from that direct respect. And so forgive, recognize who they are, which is a beautiful point of love that is in pain and that needs help. And so what we can at least do is to put ourselves on a path of transformation toward not requiring validation for the things that we've been through, or justification for the things that we've been through. There is no justification for abuse. There is no justification for hate. But we can at least look at where it came from. We can at least look at, okay, this is not them. They are looking down on the situation, crying, begging for themselves to recognize that this is not working. And sometimes all we can do is to point at that, or to, through our actions and our words, rather than hate, defense, or, fighting fire with fire, we come from a place of love and reception and then walk away. Sometimes we can actually open them up to communication and help them to heal, and through the process grow. But the one thing we shouldn't do is hate them, and recognize rather that they're just like us. We're all the same. We come from the same place. We have the same divine will if we really considered it. Why? Because we are the same, just different fragments, right? Each one of us is really just ultimately cascading down from this one creation, and we're all just different pieces of the same. This is literally God looking at himself, herself. So when you look at the person who caused you pain and they look back, look at what you're seeing through the body. You need to be in the state of wand. Don't see them as the body. See them as the thing that's in it. They're driving a broken down car and they're stuck inside with the doors locked and they can't get out. That's what's happening. They are not the car. Okay? And so forgiving is a matter of recognizing yourself in the other. You can't wake everybody up. You can't make every enemy a friend. You can't forgive every abuser to their face. But you can forgive every abuser. You can love every enemy. And you can accept the fact that you can't wake everybody up. And that's what we're here to do. And we do have the power with this tool to go through that work. We have the power with the tool of the tarot to utilize it as a psychological device to see the motivations of our mental state, as a physical device to get a sense of how our behavior and the things we are attempting to manifest in the world are going to change our environment, and how that behavior changes our well-being, how we eat, what we drink, the things that we desire physically, and what we consume. And that'll be in alignment. The heart will be empty but discerning on what it's filled with, which should want to be the other, right? To be filled with the other, and the authentic other, not just whatever they have to give, but the real them, the star version. And when we do that, we all begin to heal. We all begin to transform. Sometimes healing's not possible. Because what is healing? Healing is taking a thing that is damaged and making it what it used to be. So let's go back to the old way. That worked. So healing isn't always the answer. Instead, the answer is transformation. Being open to becoming something else. And that something else being a little bit lighter than the last one, because you shed that stuff that didn't belong, which is doing the work of the hermit. And so that said, love them. Thank you for listening. So, if anyone has any additional questions or insight that they need, or a perspective that they could use, or is interested in learning how to use this tool, give me a call, a text, a WhatsApp, email, direct message. Find a way. We'll get together. For as little as $1, you can get a private reading on a 1-card question, right? Or $5 and so on. But that said, that's not the point of the work. The point of the work is not to get your questions answered. The point of the work is to find yourself and to quiet the din of the world so that we can hear the voice of our soul. And then when we do that, we can open up a line of communication so that those two things are in accordance. Because when that happens, we have the momentum of the universe behind us, and nothing can stop us. Okay, so thank you so much for joining today, and I hope to see everybody soon.